college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone 205-579-4900 or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
You might have seen in the break, if you were watching, Scott Forrester put up all of our picks. I am the only one. I mean, if Villanova wins this thing, there is zero chance of me losing. I'm the only one that believes in Villanova.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I think Villanova, you can get them at 17-1 right now in most shops. So
that's right where I want them. Is it that bad, 17-1?
Probably.
And you, I mean, where do you have Villanova?
It might not be that high.
Where do you have Villanova?
I've got them going to the Sweet 16.
Okay. Yeah, because you got Tennessee. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, you got Tennessee beating them. Tennessee's never been past the Sweet 16. You got them going all the way to the Final Four.
I got to go into the championship game.
That's right, losing to
By the way, Dunaway has pulled this thing out.
Yeah, he's going to end up winning this thing. I think Michigan has righted the ship. They're up 7 with 5:26 to go. And Providence leads South Dakota State. Looks like they're trying to stave off any sort of upset that a lot of people thought would happen, 43-32. Before we get out of here, remind everybody about our good friends at Mortgage Right. No matter where this tournament's being played, Mortgage Right can help them.
Yeah, and again, since day one, our friends at Mortgage Right, they've been right there by our sides. And if you're looking to get into a new house, this is the time. Rates are all over the place, but we're all searching for a little certainty in life. Doesn't stop when it's time to buy a home. Lucky for you, Mortgage Right can provide a secure and seamless pre-approval process that will get you much closer to owning that home of your dreams. Don't let doubt keep you shut out. Start your home buying journey today. MortgageRight.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
What game are you most looking forward to in the later slate tonight?
Oh, tonight, Brown, I was really looking forward to this Michigan-Colorado State game because I thought Colorado State was going to just go on and bump Juwan Howard 2 games back, 2 games out. I mean, maybe Richmond, Iowa. I think Richmond can give Iowa all they want.
Buddy, if that happens, if that one happens, I can pack the bags.
Yeah, and then Marquette and Carolina is going to be a good game.
It's I get what you're saying about Richmond, Iowa. I guess just if you look at it, if you don't have dog in the fight, you're like, man, Richmond's not even in this tournament if they don't get that win over Davidson. So it's hard to think they're going to come in and beat a team like Iowa. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, look, in Big Ten, if one call goes one way last night, the Big Ten is right now probably 3-0 in this tournament.
Yeah.
Because you've already got Indiana winning. Rutgers would have won last night, losing in double overtime. And it looks like Michigan's going to hold on and take out Colorado State here.
Hey, that is going to do it for us from Walk-Ons. Thanks to Ken West. Thanks to Matt Roth, the entire crew here at Walk-Ons. Highway 280. Come see them and enjoy the NCAA tournament. Don't forget the Stadium Trace location, all 459 as well. We'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the tournament tonight. 9-1 tomorrow, next round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Carnage, nothing but carnage yesterday. Awful day in the NCAA tournament. Probably for a lot of people.
No, it has to be for a lot of people.
Today shows you. Now, we were going to give you a car if you could have a perfect bracket.
Nobody's got a perfect bracket.
Today shows you, or yesterday shows you, why nobody ever has to sweat that one. There are sites, and I haven't gone to look for one, but there are sites that tell you the percentage of people that actually pick St. Peter's. And maybe, Lance, maybe it was 1% of ESPN entries had picked St. Peter's. But there's no way somebody picked St. Peter's and got 15 other games right. That's why you will never have a perfect bracket.
Impossible. Typically and I was thinking about this a couple of days ago. Some of these huge favorites, you can't even just lay it on the money line. I guess you can, and you can put them in parlays and things like that. But normally, I'm after the first day, a bad first day is 12-4.
Right.
Normally 13-3, 14-2. Sometimes I've even had the 15-1 days. I was 7-9 yesterday straight up.
Rough day.
That is almost impossible. Now, I knew kind of coming into this, and I don't think I told you this. I think I told Dunaway, and maybe I told Rocky. I knew I'm going to lose this bracket challenge that we've got.
You ain't.
Because the only time I haven't worried about losing any of the bracket challenges outside of the Comedy Club Stardom. I did not want to have to go out there and do stand-up.
As Dunaway will always point out when Lance brings that up, you didn't have to lose. You just had to finish second.
Yeah.
Yep.
Tie for first.
Tie for first.
I do not want to do this travel bracket or the travel challenge at all. And so that has worried me to death, and I threw the bracket together on Wednesday. I wish I would have gone with Jack Taylor's first ever bracket because I think he's in 131st place or something.
131st where? In ours?
Yeah, in ours.
Yeah.
He's I think he's 12-4.
If you were watching on our video streams, Forrester has up our Final Fours, everybody that is on our staff.
I just can't
Almost
believe
everybody. Why did Kelsey not do a bracket? Somebody get Kelsey on the phone.
She's too busy selling.
She is.
I can't believe you or Dunaway didn't have Kentucky winning this thing.
Why would I have Kentucky?
Well, because they lost. I was just hoping one of you guys would have.
I lost half my Final Four, Lance. What more blood do you want from me?
Well, I lost a Final Four team, too.
Well, no, you didn't lose half of it.
Wait, look, it could happen today.
Yeah, who you most worried about? Auburn's not losing to Jacksonville State. I went to school at Jack State. Auburn's not losing to Jack State. Come on, Lance.
If you would have told me, though.
When's the 15 going to be to 2 back-to-back days?
If you would have told me yesterday or going into this tournament, okay, you've got to put 4 teams that cannot lose, okay, in the first round.
What do you mean cannot lose?
Gun to head, it's impossible they lose.
Right.
Gonzaga, Arizona, Kentucky, and I go Duke.
Right.
Those would have been my 4 teams.
Well,
1 seeds don't lose. I didn't have a ton of confidence with Baylor or Kansas. Baylor and Kansas both completely wiped the court last night with their opponents.
Well, of course they did. I mean, they're playing stiffs.
But my point there is for Kentucky to lose to St. Peter's, and that final possession in regulation. Yeah, I didn't have a problem with it. Look,
well, people are getting on Cal for not calling a timeout.
Probably could have called a timeout, but look, running it down, taking the final shot, because playing another 5 minutes with Kentucky's talent against St. Peter's, there is zero excuse you should lose that. But if you hit your free throws early, you're up 6 in the first 2 minutes of overtime. You
always say, where do underdogs go to die?
Well, this is where a massive favorite went to die. and that was in overtime last night with Kentucky. That shocks me, though. Kentucky to lose to St. Peter's makes 0 sense. Right. Do you know what the undergrad is, the enrollment at St. Peter's?
Saw somebody, it was our buddy Josh Pate, 24/7 Sports, somebody had tweeted it, a photo of St. Peter's Gym and Rupp Arena. And St. Peter's Gym literally, Scott's got it. St. Peter's Gym literally, as they are celebrating on the campus, literally is bleachers one side, bleachers other side, walls in both end zones.
Yeah.
It's high school gym.
Well, I think we've got local high schools that are bigger. What is the enrollment right now at Hoover? I bet Lunsford or Forrester probably knows this.
I mean, this is going to sound crazy. I'm going to say Hoover's 2,800 students. Is that about right? Is that close? Are we ballpark there, 2,800?
I know, but before they did the split to Spain Park, it had to have been over 4,000.
So it's got to be close.
Okay. Yeah, it's close. 2,800 students. What is
St. Peter's
enrollment?
2,200.
So St. Peter's is smaller than Hoover High School.
2,200, and Kentucky got beat by St. Peter's. The Peacocks, by the way, if you are wondering.
Yes.
Do we start the Cal talk now? Not that
Well,
Cal
no, hang
is
on,
on a hot
because-
seat. I've got him in 3 and out.
I was going to get to this because Matt Jones, as somebody on our staff called him, I can't remember what somebody on our staff called Matt Jones.
They called him a douchebag.
In a text thread yesterday. Matt Jones, Kentucky Sports Radio, like him or hate Matt Jones, you would have to say Matt's probably got the pulse of the Kentucky fan base, wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
God does a radio show all over that state every day. Called it last night, and I reached out to some Kentucky friends of mine, and they 100% agreed. Called it the worst loss in Kentucky basketball history last night.
We joked
Not the
about,
most painful, but the worst one. Yeah.
I get it. I agree.
I mean, the most painful is probably still got to be Leitner.
We had Buzz Baker on talking about this Kentucky team yesterday, and look, up until a couple of weeks ago, I would have penciled them in to win this whole thing.
Yeah.
And this is another blown opportunity from John Calipari. They were, to me, one of the top 3 or 4 teams in this tournament, and to lose in the first round to St. Peter's makes no sense.
Well, then Clay.
And, now, and by the way, now we're talking about Calipari, the last time he won a national championship. And look, I know national championships,
they don't grow on trees.
They don't.
Right.
But the last time he won one was a decade ago.
So Clay tweeted a link to a Kentucky message board, and I just jumped on there just to see how bad the meltdown was. And that was all the discussion. It's time to move on. Now, look, I know you're in the heat of the moment. You're fired up. You're PO'd. You've had too much to drink. So I'm not so certain we're getting clear, cogent thoughts from the Kentucky fan base at that point. But there was a lot of that discussion that, hey, thanks to Cal for all he's done. He's revived Kentucky basketball. He's put us back in this position, but it's time to move on. Go get Bruce Pearl. Let's swallow our pride and go back to Rick Pitino. Go get, who are some of the other names that were thrown out there? I was laughing at it because I love those. Like, let's go get these guys. Oh, go see if Billy Donovan would come back to the college game. Go see if Brad Stevens would come back to the college game. Yeah. I mean, it was all this usual
Well, it's going to be all your
suspects.
A-listers.
Yeah, it was all your usual. And it is Kentucky.
And there was a time that we were talking about early on, Cal and Saban got there about the same time.
Yeah.
And I think for the first 3 or 4 years, who's doing a better job? Who's the best coach in the SEC?
Right. It was a discussion.
It was a discussion for a minute.
It's not even close anymore.
But even coming into the season, if I would have asked you best coach in the SEC in basketball, 9 out of 10 would have said Calipari. I don't think you can say that anymore.
Zach has the idea of us calling. He will not answer because I don't answer my phone. I don't think most people answer their phone from numbers they don't have saved. Just calling Matt Jones live on the air and letting Lance just do a hyena laugh. Look, Forrester's all about it. Look at Forrester pumping his fist.
I think we called it.
I really don't care. I was actually pulling for Kentucky last night. Were you not?
Huh? I mean, so this is where it gets so conflicting with the NCAA
because we all
tournament.
Lost Kentucky, so what does it really matter?
I know that is not really hurting me in this whole scheme of things. I'm going to get to what's hurting me, which is Iowa. I know it's not hurting me in the grand scheme of things, and the reason I watched the NCAA tournament is for upsets like that.
I know, but I was pulling for Kentucky last night.
Too. I mean, I don't dislike Cal. A lot of people dislike Cal. I started out kind of disliking him. I've had some very limited interactions with Calipari.
I have too, and I think he's actually a really nice guy.
Both on this show and privately. I had a private interaction with John Calipari, and it kind of changed the way I felt about him. I saw him in a different light. I actually like Cal, so I'm not one of those that pulls against him.
I do too. I'm just shocked that with this one and done system, it worked early on for him. It just doesn't work anymore. And if you would have told me that Sheboy was going to go for 30 last night,
I mean, they couldn't stop him.
And they still lose this game. It doesn't make it's baffling. This is one of the most baffling losses. You did that top 10 loss.
Oh yeah, this will bump one of those out, don't you think?
And I was in the basement with Lady Bird last night, so I remember this one.
Yeah. I was at Bruno's. I was at Fruit
and
World.
I was counting my losses. Just another one. We're going to chalk another one up. And any game that went to overtime, I lost that one too.
Yeah,
but it's impossible that Kentucky lost this. It's almost impossible to go 7-9 straight up in a bracket. I don't know anybody else that did worse than me. Am I in last place in our bracket? I know I am in ours, but I'm talking about overall. Yeah, the entirety of all the entries.
You are in ours, but keep in mind, I have got Iowa winning the remainder of their games. So I'm going to catch up with you. I have lost this bracket. Don't even.
Is your name LT doesn't want to travel?
Yeah.
Is he dead last?
LT doesn't want to travel is ranked 1,224.
Right.
We've only got, 1,300?
Hey, does it? Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're pretty low. Hey, does it show the overall record, Rockstar? Like how many games? I mean, I could pull this up too. Is it at nextroundlive.com? Is that where we are here?
Yeah, on the leaderboard.
Because I want to see what our best record was.
And by the way, Paul says 7-9 is what LT gets for trying not to lose instead of trying to win. This is the way I've done it.
Called out.
I've done this the last 8 years, just trying not to lose.
Who's the top of the leaderboard in the show in the first day? Jimmy America.
Jimmy America. Lost every dollar he had out in Vegas, but by gosh, he's leading our thing.
Zach says he went 7-9. Boy, 7-9 straight up is really difficult to do. I mean, there were some tough games out there yesterday, but my gosh, 7-9.
I mean, no, it's been awful.
And you know what's crazy?
I
had Arkansas, but I was pulling for Vermont.
You had Arkansas, but you're pulling for Vermont.
Yeah, I guess I had Kentucky going so deep.
Yeah.
If it's going to burn, why not in a blaze of glory?
Well, I had UCLA. I had UCLA going Sweet 16. I was pulling against them.
So it's 1 point. Hey, ask Lunsford. It was 1 point per game yesterday, right? So our leaders are 14-2.
I got it.
That is unbelievable.
What are you laughing at? What?
Lunsford said there's only 8 people that did a full bracket that are behind Lance right now.
I'm not surprised. 7-9.
Full bracket. That's awesome.
Correction, 6.
Okay,
I've counted again.
And I would even try to wake up optimistic. I was 0-5 against the number. So for all of our subscribers out there, it looks like you're going to get your month of March free. I was 7-9 against.
Buddy, your lock. My gosh.
Yeah, I had Marquette as my lock plus 3.5. It was
How bad
the
did they
most
lose?
lopsided 8-9 game in the history of the NCAA tournament.
That was his lock.
I had Marquette in my.
I said yesterday, I like the experience of Shaka Smart in this tournament over what you've got with Hubert Davis. The problem is now Shaka's lost 7 consecutive NCAA tournament games. He's got experience. Yeah. He just doesn't have experience winning these games.
You came out a lock, and you were on the wrong side of the worst blowout in an 8-9 game ever.
Hey.
Right? That shows you your day yesterday.
Tight shot, Forster. I got 5 more for you today, though. Lance'sLock.com.
We're going to bounce back.
I got 5 more. I really wish I could wake up optimistic. All I thought about last night trying to go to bed, and I didn't think I could go to bed later than I went to bed on Wednesday night after that overtime game. And again, we get another overtime game, and I'm pulling for San Francisco. There's nothing worse than staying up till midnight pulling for the losing team. But all I can do before going to bed is, when am I going to travel? And
you're not. Don't even waste your time thinking about this. This is over. I've got Iowa in the Final Four. How many times do I have to say this?
If I would have gotten San Francisco, then I'm only a couple of games behind you. I'm already like 4 or 5 points behind you.
It doesn't matter.
It's hard to make that up.
No, it's not, because you remember it's more points each round. Like that me losing Iowa cost me more points every single round.
Let me ask you a couple of things. You've got Texas beating Purdue, right?
Yes.
I do too, though. I did notice that. So we can't gain anything there. You have LSU or Iowa State?
I've got LSU today.
Me too. You got Wisconsin?
I've got Wisconsin.
You got USC or Miami?
I have got USC.
Me too. You've got Auburn.
Yep.
You got Loyola or Ohio State?
I've got Loyola.
I do too. You got Villanova?
I mean, this is one. Of course, I got them winning the whole thing.
Illinois?
I've got Illinois.
You got UAB, right?
I've got UAB.
I can make a point up there.
1 point.
Big game,
Congrats.
though, for me.
UAB Houston. I'm pulling for Birmingham's team. Lance hates Birmingham.
You got Seton Hall or TCU?
I've got TCU.
I got Seton Hall.
Oh, there's 2.
So now the South has become big. Michigan State or Davidson?
I've got Davidson.
I've got Michigan State. There's
there
3.
You go.
And Alabama or Notre Dame?
I've got Alabama.
I do too.
Yeah.
So I can make up 3 points. Of course, I could lose 3 points today.
You could. You're going to be fine, because I have made the mistake of trusting the Big Ten again. And I'm about to talk about that after I give you some good news. Hey, listen, we got a ton of storms coming through, right? A ton of storms today. So pay attention to the weather, but also you can pay attention to your power with Alabama Power. They've got outage alerts where you can receive a text or email notification when you experience an outage. Could be huge for you. You don't have to wait to get home and see, oh, the clocks are blinking 12. I must have had a power outage. You get an alert from Alabama Power. alabamapower.com/alerts. alabamapower.com/alerts. Okay. Is everybody, like, Forrester's rolling, Rockstar, you're rolling? Everybody rolling?
Check.
Lunsford is documenting the show. I am going to say this out loud.
and I expect everyone to hold me to this, right?
Are you going to concede?
No. Well, I mean, I've already conceded. It's over. No, it's over.
I'll concede split it half with you.
What's the split?
Like, I will fly wherever and just let me drive back. Let me scrap the plane and the train.
So we can fly you anywhere and you just drive back?
Yeah, you got to do the same, though.
Oh, well, we both do?
So you and I split it.
Like, do we ride together? Do we let Dunaway?
It's been one day.
It was a bad day,
separate
though.
directions. I've got no confidence. I had no confidence coming into this tournament.
So Dunaway picks a place, sends me and you, and we just ride back together.
Or he can sit us opposite ends of the.
I had a small idea with these guys, but it starts today. If you had guys as a consolation, you have to pick the perfect women's bracket.
So if I can pick a perfect women's bracket, I can get out of the punishment.
You're out of the punishment.
I refuse to pick a woman's bracket. And
Lance would rather take the Lance would literally rather take the punishment.
ESPN is so woke and so pathetic. I can't believe I still log onto their stuff. I just need to find another source of information.
Right.
But I go to the homepage right now. It's that time of year. Make your picks for this year's women's tournament. Nobody gives a shit about this women's tournament. They don't. And it's the first thing that pops up. And Buick's going to shove it down your throat. ESPN shoves it down your throat. I'm trying to watch in the morning, and all they're doing is putting up stats and brackets and stuff, and nobody cares about the women's tournament challenge. They don't.
Okay. Well,
I think you've gotten to I think you've gotten to the bottom of it. Is that it's Buick, right?
I'm going to click on here just to see.
I like Rockstar's idea. Now, you're not going to pick a perfect woman's bracket.
Buick's
either.
not even on this bracket.
That's actually
Capital One.
That's actually harder. That's actually harder to pick the perfect women's bracket, don't you think?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about those teams.
Absolutely nothing.
I mean, I know a little bit about the men's teams, and I can't even get close.
No, I think I could do better on the women's. All you got to do is you just play chalk.
No, that's not true.
It is the most. It's the most lopsided, top-heavy, whatever you want to call it, sport in all of sports.
I mean, I think Rockstar's got a good idea.
I feel like I can pick the women's Final Four right now.
And if you do that,
what would we do? How about you do the Elite Eight? Do you think you could nail the Elite Eight?
I'm sure. I just go with
chalk.
We have 1 and 2 seeds. We go Stanford, South Carolina, Iowa, Texas, NC State, Louisville, Baylor, and UConn. There's your Elite Eight. I don't know why anybody else shows up.
That's not a Buick.
I'll tell you what.
Yep.
I'll make this deal with you without Dunaway here. If you get that correct, we both get out of our punishment. I'll let you pick that, and if you get it correct, you don't have to take the punishment as long as you let me not have to take the punishment.
I don't think our listeners are going to like that. I think our listeners enjoy.
They want us to take the punishment.
Yeah, I think they love the fact that I was 7-9 yesterday, and that this is by far going to be my worst bracket ever, and I deserve to be shipped off to some shitty city and have to find my way back on Amtrak, Greyhound, all of these forms of transportation I know nothing about, I've never been a part of.
Patrick says, Lance was 7-9 yesterday. You know what that means? Lance has become the Jeff Fisher of the next round.
I really have. I used to cuss Jeff Fisher.
For going 7-9
in the NFL is forgivable. 7-9 in a bracket is unforgivable.
Tough day. All right, I didn't finish because we got sidetracked. So here we go. I'm going to say it out loud, and I want you guys to hold me accountable to this. If I ever do another bracket, I want you to hold me accountable. I will never, ever, ever trust the Big Ten again. From this point forward, no Big Ten teams in my Final Four. None. Ever. Again.
I don't think you can trust the Big Ten.
You can't. And I have made the mistake of doing it. I deserve the punishment because I trusted Iowa and
I know half the time
jackleg Fran McCaffrey.
When we're doing an interview with a guest, we don't pay attention to sometimes what other ones of us are saying.
Uh-huh.
Do you remember me asking multiple guests, is there anybody, this Big Ten seems loaded at least with ranked teams, is there anybody you truly trust to make a run to New Orleans?
I remember you asking that question. I don't know that I listened to the answers.
Yeah.
Clearly I did not.
I've asked it multiple
no?
times, and multiple people have said, yeah, there's a couple of teams that can make this run.
Yeah, was Iowa one of them?
Iowa was one on a lot of people's brackets, especially after watching them last week in Indianapolis. Is there one team right now you still believe in the Big Ten?
Me?
Yeah.
None of them. Not a single team in the Big Ten.
I'm going to go in and say it. Wisconsin, although I've got Whiskey beating Colgate, Colgate is going to beat Wisconsin today.
Oh, well, that'd be awful for me. I got them beating Auburn, Wisconsin.
Oh, God, now I really need this.
You think Colgate wins the game?
I mean, I'm just saying I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't even know what I believe anymore,
Davidson
Lance.
takes down Michigan State. Yale beats Purdue. Smart Kids Day. Smart Kids Day is what we got today.
I really don't know what I believe. I don't even know what I believe in this tournament.
Let me tell Hunter who I've got in my women's Final Four before we have to take a break.
Okay. I'm going to write it down.
Yeah, I want to write it down. Let's see. These 1 seeds.
All right, this is LT's women's Final Four.
NC State's got Longwood. I don't feel good about locking them in. I will lock South Carolina in. They've got Howard today. They'll win 125-20.
South Carolina.
So lay South Carolina minus the 100 points today.
All right, who else you got?
I've got Stanford against Montana State.
Stanford.
Yep, coming out of Spokane
Female
there.
Cardinal.
I've got Louisville.
Lance
Louisville
is going with the Lady Cards.
They feel like they are going to make a major run. And then it gets a little tricky, man.
Dicey in this last region for Lance.
It's the Bridgeport region.
The
they don't
Bridgeport.
even have East and West and Midwest and all that kind of stuff.
That's an actual city in the United States, Bridgeport.
Bridgeport, I am going to say that UConn finds their way back.
Wow, Lance out on a limb with
I think
UConn.
they've got a somewhat attractive two-guard, and I think she's going to be the difference against NC State. Yeah. So I've got UConn. I got 1-2 seed going to the Final Four. There's your women's tournament challenge.
All right. So Lance has unveiled his women's Final Four, y'all. South Carolina, Stanford, Louisville, UConn. How many of those are 1 seeds?
Thank me later. 3 1 seeds and 2. As we said yesterday, we've had all 4 1 seeds go to the tournament.
Oh, one time in history.
Oh, I thought it was twice. So it's one time?
One time.
One time in history.
Rockstar's got it twice right now.
In women's, I would say it's probably 3 out of 4 years. Is that fair?
I have no earthly idea.
No clue.
All right, when we return, Doug Gottlieb is scheduled to be with us. Analyst, Westwood One, Fox Sports. He's with us next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Brian Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Consider investing versus paying thousands in apartment rent. Lance Taylor here to tell you about our friend Tyler Bigby. Tyler is an award-winning realtor that helps parents find properties to save them thousands. Tyler also specializes in game day condos and residential homes. Find out today why Tyler is rated #1 by RateMyAgent.com for Tuscaloosa County. Call 205-826-6476 for Tyler Bigby, the Advantage Realty Group. Once again, 205-826-6476.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. You've heard some of my coworkers talk about the amazing results they've had from Way to Wellness. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. I didn't set out to drop a bunch of weight. I was just looking for sensible snacks to maintain my weight. I found those at Way to Wellness. You can too. Visit aplanforme.com. Whether you want to lose weight or just snack more sensibly and maintain your weight, you can do that with Way to Wellness. I love the fudge graham and the caramel crunch. They are terrific. Find out more at aplanforme.com. And join us here on the Next Round for our journey to a healthier life with Way to Wellness. All right, day 2 of the NCAA tournament. Not too far away. When you're out and about, riding around Westwood One, Sirius XM, radio stations throughout America, giving you all the games. Doug Gottlieb is part of that in the studio. You also see him on Fox Sports. Follow him on Twitter at Gottlieb Show. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Doug? How are you today?
Great. Outside my bracket, I'm good.
Oh, well, I mean, look, everybody sucks. You cannot trust the Big Ten. That's what I've learned. I will never trust them again, Doug. Never again will I trust the Big Ten in this tournament.
Wait, so what do I do with my Kentucky for the national championship pick? Do I blame the Big Ten? Do I blame the Big Ten for that one, too?
No, you blame the SEC just momentarily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, what did you think about the final possession in regulation, Doug? I didn't have a problem with it because I figured, you know what, you take that final shot.
You're talking Kentucky now,
Yeah, I'm
right?
talking Kentucky. You go to overtime, and you've got the athletes. You've got 5 more minutes. I really thought Kentucky would still win the game by double digits going to overtime.
I did not think they'd win by double digits. I do think, generally the philosophy when you have the better team, the better players, more basketball is a good thing, right? Extend the game, shorten the game if you have the inferior team, extend the game if you have the superior team. I thought it was a great game plan from Shaheen. And, offensively, St. Peter's was just trying to get Oscar in bad switches, and they accomplished their goal oftentimes. And then defensively, they were obviously just trying to pressure up on Kellen, and then Oscar got loose. I didn't love it, but this is a team where he's. I actually think he did a really good job with this team. Like part of it is I saw them at their best against Kansas, and I was like, man, I don't think anybody's beating them when they're right. They just couldn't get to that place ever again, and then you get to a team which is. Small and energized and making shots and got you kind of chasing them, and it becomes a hard game. So to answer your question, I didn't love it, but this is not a team that's won on their execution. They've won on transition basketball and Oscar getting them opportunity after opportunity. My thing is if you have him, you want to shoot a little bit earlier than you normally do just because he's such an incredible rebounder. You actually plan for that. So that was the part that I thought was missing.
Doug Gottlieb with us for a few moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We saw the biggest blowout in 8-9 game history. How concerned should Baylor be with this North Carolina team who looked awful good?
I think they should be concerned on a couple levels. One, Carolina seems to figure it out. And two, Baylor doesn't have Jonathan Nchachua, who is their starting center, and they don't have L.J. Cryer, who's actually their leading scorer. So without those two, it's not just that you don't have those two players, but now all of a sudden your bench plays more, and their bench is not strong this year. Last year they were 8 or 9 deep, and they were really good. So, yeah, I think that'll be a hold-your-breath game for Baylor. And the big thing is, that you got a freshman starting in the backcourt for Carolina, and he has 12 assists and doesn't hit a shot yesterday. I think that's a good thing. Like, Baycott's a beast inside. The wings are starting to play. Like, Carolina's become a bit of a problem. And of all the one seeds, Baylor was not only vulnerable before, but not having Cryer back for this weekend is going to make them super vulnerable.
Well, you look at the Zags, man, they struggled for the first 30 minutes. Then they flexed and didn't have a problem with Georgia State. But now you get Memphis. Memphis has got some size. They're playing really good basketball right now. How scary is that game for Gonzaga?
I think it's really scary. I think Memphis is pretty well coached. And then Jalen Duren's a big-time athlete. And, the question for Gonzaga is going to be, especially those two interior guys, how do they deal with athleticism? That was really what happened. And I don't think Memphis is necessarily the team, but, what happened to them last year is they go in there dusting everybody's ass off, and then they run into Baylor, and they can't hardly get the ball past midcourt, and all the stuff that works. And the WCC is a really good league. If you saw San Francisco didn't have their starting center, they have them. They probably win last night. Obviously, St. Mary's a really good team. I mean, they kicked the crap out of Indiana last night. But there's not the level of – you're not going to see dudes that like Memphis has in the WCC. Like, that just doesn't happen. So how do they play against that? Usually they're pretty good, but this, again, not a deep Gonzaga team. They're about 6 or 7 deep. And Chet is a freak. Right, but he was a freak last night against that's low major basketball. Now you're going against big time dudes. How do you play? I think he'll be fine. I'm a little bit more concerned with the rest of their guys, but yeah, they weren't sharp. They don't appear to be nearly what they were last year. I saw them against St. Mary's in the WCC championship game. I thought that was closer than the Final Four would lead you to believe. Like, I think Gonzaga's good. They're not what they were last year in terms of level of dominance.
We could spend the entire interview with Doug talking about last night, but all 4 of our state teams played today, so let's look ahead to that. Alabama catches Notre Dame in the 3:15 tip. This may not matter at all, but it feels like it should matter. Notre Dame played late into the night, double overtime, had to hop a flight. It doesn't seem like there's any way Mike Brey could have a fresh team against Alabama today.
Doesn't feel that way. We've seen teams kind of find a way to dial up that energy and be pretty special in this spot. And they don't play crazy fast, but, if you just use Indiana as the guide, I talked to the St. Mary's coaches. They're like, those guys were done at the half. Like, just the look on their faces when they went in the half. They were down a little bit, and you reach for energy, and it's like a horse, you go, how much can you go to the whip and really get out and get these guys? They just have nothing left. So I do think that's obviously a gigantic benefit for Alabama. Like, look, for Alabama, it's just how they play. So oftentimes that team plays level of competition. And then, what they do at the point and how they split the minutes there, I think is important. But I think Alabama's in pretty good shape. It ends up being a good draw, not just because Notre Dame, they have their best players are freshmen, but also because they're coming off the double overtime, get on a plane. Doesn't mean Notre Dame can't win, but Alabama wants to push the tempo. You can run a win out of them, but I don't think there's any question.
So Auburn gets off to a 22-1 start. They look like the best team in college basketball for a minute. 4-5 their last 9. How can they flip that switch and get back on?
Take better shots, get the ball to Jabari. I don't know, man. These things seem pretty simple to us. I mean, this is like the talk of all of us, not just basketball guys, but guys that love Bruce. And I love Bruce. And Bruce is a far better basketball coach than anybody will ever give him credit. Like, he gets it. And he understands spacing and timing and how to use an old offense and jigger it so that it looks new. Like, he does a lot of – but, man, the shot selection of those guards is hard to watch. But I truly believe his philosophy. If you look at Kentucky last night, like, some of those guys were tight, man. And at Kentucky, every game you play matters to people way more than all these other games. It matters. It's the biggest game to your opponent, and it should raise up your level. They shouldn't have been tight last night, but they were. So now you go to Auburn, and the one thing Bruce's teams aren't is tight. They don't play tight. They do the opposite. And I think that's his philosophy. I think that's why he's had so much tournament success is like, hey, we're going to do what we do, and I believe in you guys, and let's go. And, they don't really dial back in nearly as much the shot selection stuff as I would if I was in that position, but I haven't been as successful as Bruce. I think they're really good. You know, Walker Kessler's the best rim protector there is in college basketball. Jabari's big time. And, you know, I think maybe their wings are the most underrated because we concern ourselves so much with Jabari. And then those guards can get after it. They can do a lot of good things. And I think their lack of fear is a good thing when it's dialed in the right way. So I'm interested to see their shot selection and the percentage of shots. And look, anybody who watches Auburn on tape is like, let's just not let Jabari catch the ball. Let's make him make everything tough. Let's make him make mid-range jump shots instead of catch and shoot threes or drive and dunks. So everybody's thinking the same thing. It's just going to be how they play it. That's the fascinating part.
All right, before you go, UAB. Jelly Walker is a guy that could take a game over, but this will be the best defense he's seen all year from Kelvin Sampson. How do you see this game playing out tonight?
Close, tight. You know, Houston's down 2 of their starting 5. I don't think they're great. I do think, you know, Kelvin was a rival when he was at Oklahoma, and I played at Oklahoma State. And there's, like, begrudging respect. He's a really good coach. But, you know, and AK lets his dudes play. He's got that Bruce philosophy where he lets dudes play. I think it's going to be a great game. I mean, I think, you know, because of the roster limitations of Houston, it becomes almost an even shot. I think Houston wins. I think it's a really good game. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty cheering for UAB. I think I have it in my bracket. I think that one's they're going to need Jelly to bail them out late to win that game because Houston is so stingy defensively.
All right, here, Doug, all day on Westwood One, Sirius XM Radio. You can hear him on Fox Sports Radio as well. At Gottlieb Show is where you find him on Twitter, at Gottlieb Show. Thank you so much, Doug. Always great talking with you.
Man, the pleasure's mine.
All right, take care. Doug Gottlieb with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Hey, storms coming through, and unfortunately, people will have damage to their roof from these storms. Your first call needs to be Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. He is a friend of ours, a friend of this show, but he does tremendous work beyond that. A-plus rated with Better Business Bureau. He says, I got you the best warranty in the entire industry, and that's what I'll give you. And insurance companies trust Greg, and that is massive on days like today. 542-3531. That's a 205 number. It is Greg's cell. That's who you're talking to. Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531. I understand that when storms hit, your mind's racing. Just remember Greg from Pell City. Go to Facebook, look him up, Greg from Pell City. Get his contact there with Storm Restoration Roofing. We appreciate him being part of the show.
So Doug fell for the Kentucky trap.
Indeed, he did. Well, you know, and that was one thing.
And I almost did, man. I mean, I really believe, just talent-wise, when they're playing together, Kentucky was the best team in this tournament. I don't trust Gonzaga.
I don't trust
Jalen Duren is going to be an issue for Chet Holmgren. And watching Holmgren and the way they took that game over yesterday, if you've seen Gonzaga, and most of our listeners that like college basketball have seen Gonzaga play, and you probably got to see him yesterday, he's built like DJ Qualls. I don't know if you knew who DJ Qualls is.
DJ Qualls is that goofy-looking guy.
Can you pull DJ Qualls
No, he was
quick?
on Breaking Bad, right? He was, wasn't he in Breaking Bad?
No, he was in.
Who's the guy I'm thinking of?
He was in Road Trip. He was in Hustle and Flow.
All right.
But this is how, I don't know if you could do a side-by-side, Rocky. This is way too much on the fly. But DJ Qualls and Chet Holmgren, they are built the exact same. And if you have seen Memphis in their front line,
that's who I'm thinking of. That's who I was thinking of. Well, who is the friend on Breaking Bad of who's the guy that talked?
Oh,
not
Pete.
Rooster?
Skinny Pete and Badger.
Badger. Who was Skinny Pete?
Skinny Pete was when they were both meth heads, but Badger was the big dude. Skinny Pete was the really skinny one.
I thought Skinny
with all the
Pete
tats.
was DJ Qualls. That's who it was in my mind. It's been a while since I've seen it. DJ Qualls is exactly what I was thinking of.
No, but that's if DJ Qualls was close to 7 feet and could shoot the three. That's
he'd be Chet Holmgren. Yeah.
There it is.
And he'd be in the NBA not acting.
And now they've got to go against this front line of Memphis. It scares me to death. I had Boise moving forward. Boise had the best year in their program's history, which I guess is not really a high bar. Memphis is playing good basketball. And to me, as scary, I think we could easily see 2-1s go down before the second weekend.
I mean, if I'm Baylor, I am scared to death.
Yeah, I think Baylor and Gonzaga are both scared to death. I think Arizona is going to, I know they haven't even played yet, but winner of Seton Hall TCU, they will breeze through. And watching Kansas last night, they will have no problems with Creighton.
No. If I am, because Creighton, what's the status of the kid that went down injured in the Creighton game? That was a bad-looking injury.
They did. So I don't even know, but anyway, so Kansas is going to be a double-digit favorite.
Yeah, that was a bad injury at the end of that game for Creighton. And if I'm Baylor, I am scared to death. I mean, and you heard Gottlieb say it there. It looks like Carolina has figured this thing out. You go back to the Duke game. I know they didn't win their conference tournament, but the game in Cameron and then yesterday, Lance, that Carolina team was dominant from the jump in an 8-9 game.
Well, here's where Carolina will get you, man. They'll get you on the boards. And yesterday it was a massacre, 52-37 on the boards. And you look at Marquette, and they rely on a true freshman. And this is that kid, Justin Lewis, and he was awful. He was rattled yesterday. So Carolina played extremely good defense. I think Lewis was 2 of 15 from the field. And you get that comboed with the fact that Carolina can out-rebound just about anybody in college basketball. Yeah, man, that's Carolina, and I got a couple of texts from Carolina fans. Watch out. They're about to go on a run, and maybe they do.
Well, I mean, they're catching a good one. Baylor banged up that way.
Baylor banged up, especially without Cryer, at least for this next game. And then you get UCLA or St. Mary's.
And UCLA had the fight of their life last night just to advance.
Starting to think just based on watching both of those games, St. Mary's. Now, you can't watch, from round to round, it changes.
Yeah. Yep. But you're right. St. Mary's looked really good against Indiana.
Oh, they did. But if St. Mary's is to, or UCLA is to play the winner of that Baylor-UNC game, I favor whoever wins that game.
And that's something, Doug was just talking about communicating with some of the St. Mary's coaches, and they said, we looked at Indiana at the half, and they were spent. I think Bama is going to see that today in Notre Dame. It's actually going to be worse for Notre Dame. Indiana had a little bit easier situation than what Notre Dame's going to have. So I think at the second half of that game, I can't imagine Notre Dame's going to have legs.
I'll say this, though. Notre Dame, again, they played 50 minutes just hours ago, it seems like.
And then hopped the flight, flew to the West Coast in the middle of the night.
Alabama is well-rested, but Notre Dame's
been out there since Tuesday.
They're really good from the free throw line. They're really good behind the arc, and they didn't shoot the ball well from either the other night, and they still found a way to beat a pesky Rutgers team. So if Notre Dame can somehow flip that around, maybe they're just running on pure adrenaline. I'm with you. I think Alabama wins this game. I stayed away from it. They're -4.5 now. Mm-hmm. I don't know which way I lean there. I probably would lay it if I had to. But you're not going to be surprised if Notre Dame does win this game.
All right, we're going to talk more about the carnage from yesterday. Look ahead to Auburn, Jack State, UAB, Houston, Alabama, Notre Dame when we return. A reminder, our friends at the University of Montevallo. It's where Dunaway went to school, sent his daughter there as well. There's a reason. It's a college of distinction, 10 years running. U.S. News and World Report named it a top 15 public university in the entire South. Southern Living says it's one of the South's most beautiful colleges. You can see more for yourself. Schedule an in-person tour or an immersive 3D modeling tour and virtual walkthrough at montevallo.edu. That is montevallo.edu. Your calls as well, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923 on The Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor to tell you about our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, they are obsessed with making sure every client feels like a lifelong friend. The experience is second to none, and Exclusive Auto Wholesale makes it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around for 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team know that everyone's time matters, and they work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and great 5-star reviews, visit eawcars.net.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hi, I'm Lionel Richie, and I have traveled all over the world, but I consider Tuskegee, Alabama as my home sweet home. I have such a pride in this state, and I know that there's something I need to tell you that's of great importance. Vote. Register to vote and get your voter ID today. It really is easy. Easy like Sunday morning.
All right, we continue on the Next Round. If you missed the first 45 minutes of the show, Doug Gottlieb has joined us to talk about last night. Lance has resorted to trying to predict the women's bracket instead of the men's because he was 7-9 in day one. The leader in the EAW bracket was 14-2. We got 16 people that went 14-2.
That's incredible. I mean, that really based on the upsets that we had yesterday, because everybody had Kentucky. So take that away, just to lose one game is really, really good, especially just the way everything played out yesterday.
Yeah, on the actual show, now our staff, we've got two, Reed and Dunaway, are tied at 12-4. On the actual show, though, the front-facing people you see, Dunaway 12-4, Rockstar and me 10-6, Lance 7-9, Forrester 11-5, Lunsford. Lunsford was as bad as you were. He was 8-8. And he's a simple mind.
7-9.
Let's do a Precision Sports injury update. Ryan Kalkbrenner is the guy we were talking about. It was a left knee injury. It looked really, really bad in overtime. Took one step, just crumbled to the floor in agony against San Diego State. They still don't know, and this, as you mentioned, they get Kansas next. They still don't know what his status is. He was taken to the locker room, but it was a knee injury, and it really, really looked bad. That looks like something that's hard to come back from a day later. That's a Precision Sports injury update, one of the major injuries we saw in yesterday's action.
Hey, does your shoulder hurt after exercising? Are you feeling sharp pain in your shoulder after doing that spring cleaning? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics, they are here to help you. They've got 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make the appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
I was going to see, LT, if I could find out. I was going to look in the ESPN in their tournament challenge.
You got to sift through the women's first, though.
I was able to get right to it. Okay. I don't know how the scoring works.
Just go to ESPN homepage and see what pops up for you.
I don't know how the scoring works, but I think you still got some perfect brackets in there. I mean, you got a ton of them. No. You got a ton of them.
Well, I guess if you've got close to 2 million, I think was the submission.
Yeah, I don't know what the submission was.
And, some people just do.
No. It's more than that because you and Dunaway, for some reason, I'm logged in under Dunaway's, and you entered yours under Dunaway's login.
No, I didn't.
Well, I see your bracket and Dunaway's bracket. LT and Jim Dunaway. You're under Dunaway's login somehow. You two are in 16 millionth place. You two are at 16 million.
That's good job.
I mean,
man.
there's 350 million people in America, so you're
but how many people are in this bracket? It's not like everybody in America filled out a bracket.
It's not the women's bracket.
You're inside the top 10%. So congratulations, man, of Americans. Top 10% of Americans.
No, I'm seeing right here my bracket that I filled out because I did a different bracket for this. I did one where I actually tried to win.
Yeah, well, you're not.
Well, it says I'm in the top 5%.
I don't know, man. I'm just looking right here. It's got LT. It's got you picking Gonzaga to win it. Maybe Dunaway did one. Are you in a group called Bebo Ballers?
Oh, yeah, I am in that group.
This is your bracket then, my friend. For some reason, it's under Dunaway's sign-in.
That's our friends at Backyard Adventures.
Yeah, well, you're in 16 millionth place in there.
Well, the hell, he said they didn't have many people in the bracket.
Well, this is in the entire country. This is in all the country. You got 70 points. 160 was the number. And so you got a ton of people, Lance, that are undefeated after day one.
Okay.
So that's just people that are spraying the board, right? They put in 30 brackets and they pick, they got one out of their 30 is right. This is not one bracket, one person that's got a perfect bracket. Nobody in their right mind is picking St. Peter's over Kentucky. Nobody. The only people that pick that are people that are throwing in 40 different brackets, and they try to pick as many combinations as they can. There was nothing that told you St. Peter's was going to beat Kentucky. Nothing.
Right. Yeah, my bracket was the exact same, so I didn't do anything differently.
Yeah.
So I had another 7 and 9.
Well, it's a tough start for you. Game you're most interested in today?
Well, now I want to see Villanova. I said I wanted to see a stake right through their ass where you're done. If Delaware upsets Villanova, will you go on and tap out?
Oh, gosh, yes. It's over anyway, but, I mean, I will submit if Delaware beats Villanova.
I do think
President Biden picked it, by the way. He's got Delaware winning it all in his bracket.
We've got a really good – it's a pick 'em right now. Ohio State Loyola, the first game of the day at 11:15. Ohio State got upset in the first round by Oral Roberts last year. Loyola has advanced their last 2 NCAA tournament appearances. Final Four, 4 years ago? Sweet 16 just last year.
Yeah.
And again, they play incredible defense. They are a team that will frustrate you. E.J. Liddell, though, is such a matchup nightmare on the inside for Ohio State. I picked Loyola to win this game. Now I think Ohio State wins this game. This is one that I regret.
You regret going with Loyola,
with
which is hard for me to say. Always has been. So you regret that pick. You think Ohio State, out of the Big Ten, I'll remind you,
I know,
wins this game.
I think Ohio State is going to win this game, and I did take the Ramblers.
Okay.
So I'm pulling for the Ramblers, I guess, unless Dunaway's got
I really don't know.
Can we even catch Dunaway?
I really don't know. Lunsford's crunching the numbers. Again, I remind you, the points increase by round. So it's important to be good late in this thing. What you've done day one doesn't matter as much. Paul says if Lance loses this, here is a twist to the bracket punishment, Reichstar, in the Farmfolio chat room. If Lance loses this, he should have to travel around the country carrying a sign that says "Free Brittany Griner."
Yeah.
Well, she'll still be in prison at that time.
That's a crap deal for her, isn't it?
No, it really is.
Yeah.
Because I think they just pushed it back maybe until May 16th. I think I saw something like that. I don't know. I would check the NCAA women's homepage here, but I bet it's just going to ask you about the bracket.
Kevin says 100.
Hey, do you want to hear the biggest storylines of the first round of the women's NCAA tournament bracket?
Yeah. Well, I mean, here's your picks. Again, Lance has taken South Carolina, Stanford, Louisville, and UConn. Give me the big storylines here. Is one of your players out?
I will give you the storylines. I want to know what the experts pick, though. See if anybody matches up with me.
You got all 1 and 2 seeds. Somebody picked that.
Now, which game Friday are you looking most forward to? Krim says Florida Gulf Coast and Virginia Tech.
Well, that's going to be a doozy right there. Dunk City.
She goes on to say the Eagles,
Actually, it's
tragically underseeded. Should be a 9.
Where are they?
10. I didn't know Florida Gulf Coast was the Eagles. Oh, hell, I don't know.
You're the women's tournament expert. I look to you for my women's tournament information.
But Felipe agrees that Florida Gulf Coast and Virginia Tech feels like it shouldn't be a first-round game.
Yeah, it really shouldn't.
Then Vopel talks about this Kansas-Georgia Tech is going to be a hell of a game.
Uh-huh. It's good to know Georgia Tech's at least good in women's basketball.
Now, I'll tell you, the Yellow Jackets lost 6 of their last 9, though.
Have they?
Yep.
So they're limping coming into this thing.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Delaware doesn't have much size, but the Blue Hens have talent, including a wing and Jasmine Dickey.
Uh-huh.
She's averaging 25 and 10.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I've seen that chick.
25 and 10. That's pretty
for
impressive.
Iowa. I think her name's Caitlin Clark.
Right.
Every time I see a ticker running, boy, they run the hell out of women's tickers. I don't know what she averages, but I would say I'm going to go 25 and 12. Do you know what I'm talking about? This is the last thing I'm going to say about it.
I really have no
Here we go.
idea. Yeah.
Caitlin Clark, she is leading the nation in scoring, 27.4, 8 rebounds, 8 assists a game.
Wow. It's impressive.
And she's taller than Rockstar. She's 6 feet tall.
Taller than Dunaway.
And
That's
she's
true.
not out of Des Moines, Iowa. She's out of West Des Moines.
West Des Moines. That's the rough streets of West Des Moines.
I wish I was from Des Moines.
Yeah,
Have
she's
you
for
ever-
the streets, man. West
I
Des
grew
Moines.
up in Birmingham. I've never had anybody say that if they're from Birmingham, they're from Birmingham.
Well, West Des Moines could be an actual city, though. That does happen some.
Have you
it could be
ever heard of West Des
I have
Moines?
not, no. All right, that's Lance's take on the men's tournament.
Caitlin Clark's going to
Women's
fill
tournament.
it up.
All right, so more of the tournament talk coming up. You can watch it tonight everywhere. Lance will be dragging the roommate into the cave by her ponytail and put down his club, and he'll watch the women's tournament. More of the next round coming up.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, now hiring full and part-time at the Tattersall Park location off 119. Health and dental insurance and $14 to $16 per hour for full-time hires. Apply in-store or online at culvers.com.
Have you had a pipe burst? A washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem. For a Dry Tech specialist, they're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the next round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. High Point Properties specializes in creating beautiful acreage home sites around the Birmingham area. They currently have land tracts in the Helena area ranging from 3 to 43 acres. These properties offer creeks, hardwoods, and beautiful mountain views, only minutes from city conveniences. You can buy now and build later. Call Wes at High Point Properties today to view these properties. 240-0204. That's 240-0204. Or visit hpprop.com. That's hpprop.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour 2 of the show, 3 and Out coming up in a moment. Lance tells me there's some John Calipari in there. Cal's got plenty of time to listen to it today.
Hey, can I bring one more thing up about the women's tournament?
Yeah, Lance, I would love that.
Do you not liking it? I think you talked about
No, I just think this is funny. The only reason I do this
I don't
because,
believe the horse is dead yet.
I was trying to get back to my tournament challenge, and of course, the women's pops up. So it's got the percentages of the people that actually filled out their bracket. I don't know how many filled out the women's bracket. We know it was millions and millions and millions for the men's. But do you remember my Final Four quickly?
Oh, I got it right here. South Carolina, Stanford, Louisville, UConn.
That is the people's Final Four, too.
Layman.
No, I think that's the way it works in
the
women's
layman.
basketball.
What a layman pick.
Yep. Look, I didn't even have to watch 1 minute of women's basketball this year, and I already know the women's game. Better than I know the men's game.
The headlines,
much better.
The headlines are presented by our friends at Redmont Vodka. We're about to start the NCAA tournament day 2 in about an hour. Loyola Chicago, Ohio State. Lance just talked about how tough that game is right now. First game out of the chute, Jacksonville State, Auburn. Second game out of the chute. If you're at home watching that, True TV, 1140, Jack State and Auburn from up in Greenville. The morning session will be wrapped up. It's technically not morning, but first session. Montana State, Texas Tech on TNT at 12:45. Yale, Purdue, TBS at 1 o'clock. We'll talk about all of those games coming up. That look presented by Redmont Vodka.
Hey, hopefully you got in Redmont Vodka's March Madness promotion. Again, they sent you, once you registered at Redmont Vodka /Final Pour, You were supposed to submit your picks before yesterday's game and then share them on social media. It was brought to you by Redmont Vodka. Live legendary responsibly. The next round, they will have a great bracket winner. We'll give you more information on that. But just pick up a bottle this weekend. Again, it's locally owned and operated. It's 8 times distilled. It's gluten-free. You're going to absolutely love it. It is one of the finest vodkas out there. And again, Charles Barkley, one of the great partners behind Redmont Vodka. Pick it up at your local package or ABC stores.
Were you? Can you bet on the women's tournament? They got lines on that, don't they?
Yeah, let me check.
No, I'm sorry I asked. No, I didn't mean to do that.
No, they do.
I'm just curious. I wouldn't think a lot of people do it, but I know Verno told us one time he bets a lot on the WNBA, right?
I will tell you, I went to see a client just a couple of weeks ago. We were actually doing something. You were out there, and one of their employees, he was like, man, forgot who it is. And I was like, they're not playing until tomorrow night. And he's like, no, women's. And so it was the SEC. Maybe it was the SEC women's basketball tournament because they play like on a Monday morning.
He had action on it.
He had action on it. Let's see here. Basketball. Yep,
you can.
Look at some of these numbers, by the way. Stanford is minus 32.5 today against Montana State. I've got them. South Carolina.
You should bet on these.
I was kidding. They're minus 46. I'm going to play it right now. I'm playing South Carolina minus 46.
You're laying 40. Is that Lance's lock?
46. It is right now. I am laying. I'm not kidding you. I just put.
Who are they playing?
Oh, my wager limit's $100 on. They're limiting $100 a play on women's basketball. That shows you. I don't even know what my limit on men's is, but I'm limited to $100 on this.
Well, who is South Carolina?
I'm spraying the board now. I'm just going to do hundreds all over. They're playing Howard.
Lance is going to end up having to watch this crap tonight. That's what's the funny part of it. Yes, you will. I know you.
They'll cover. I mean,
I know you. See what Lance is doing. He's talked himself into having to actually pay attention to this thing now. All he's done is gripe and complain.
Baylor's 29.5 today. What was the biggest spread? Louisville's a 35-point favorite.
I can't tell you how much griping and complaining I've heard from Lance off the show, Rockstar, over in the office over there about the women's tournament being on ESPN.com.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, just constant griping.
He hadn't said it today.
Now he's worked himself into having to watch it because he's putting money on it.
Yeah, let me lay Stanford. Want to do your headlines.
I've done them. 205-734-0923. Greg at Pell City is up next. What's up, Greg? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. I had a couple things. Ryan, you were talking about the ones that have the perfect brackets or people that are just picking games or whatever and doing several sheets. But if you really think about that, I mean, the odds of that is extremely crazy, too. I'm going to tell you where is St. Peter's at in the nation? What city is that?
New York, right? Aren't they in New York?
I think it's New Jersey.
New Jersey?
Yeah.
Okay, I bet you most of your perfect picks are going to be somewhere in that area, kind of like how we picked, UAB or something. Several people would pick UAB over Houston. You're going to have your, it might be some kid over there who that's their local college.
But then, Greg, they've got to get 15 other picks right after that.
I understand that, but just think about it. That was the biggest upset. The others were pretty big, but I'm just saying if you found out where they're at, you'd have a better chance of someone just saying, oh, there's St. Peter's, that's our team, I'm putting them in.
Yeah.
And so you'd have that, and then the other ones would fall into place. And as far as you both acting like you're finished on this deal, I know I think I'm 12-4 too on y'all's deal as far as you guys in the office.
Hey, congratulations, by the way. 12-4, really solid for yesterday.
Yeah, well, but last year I did real well early on, and what y'all need to do, and I know I could probably go look at it, but for your listeners, y'all need to look at all three of you guys, or whoever's all in this thing as far as the bet goes, and let us know your Elite Eights and your Final Fours, because what you were talking about earlier is huge. Now, if about as far as the points getting much more important later in the game, and so like LT, if you've got the same Elite Eight except for maybe one with Jim, you're going to be in trouble probably.
No, I get it. And yeah, here's what I look at, Greg. I've only got one Sweet 16 team that is done, and that is UConn. So I've still got everybody else alive. So if I could somehow have 12 or 13 of the Sweet 16, I think I'm right back in the game.
Oh, yeah, big time. But the ones who lost, like a lot of people had Kentucky all the way to the – luckily, I've got and St. Mary probably won't be there, but I had St. Mary beating Kentucky, I think, in the Elite Eight, so I don't have to worry about them getting to the – but the ones that have them in the Final Four and the championship, they're in trouble. you know, with Kentucky. So they're the ones that are in trouble. But, yeah, I bet you I'd love to see if you could find the location of the perfect bracket.
That's interesting, yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be in that St. Peter's area. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Greg.
And Kentucky. I've got UConn and Kentucky both in the elite. Well, I got Kentucky in the Final Four. We all do.
We all do. That was like my wife, who doesn't follow this. She doesn't care. She just doesn't want me to have to make a fool of myself again, or travel halfway across the country and leave her alone, with the girls.
Will she be your plus one though?
I don't know. She has already declared that
Alien Fest was enough.
That Alien Fest was enough for her. Driving all the way across America with me once was enough.
Did she drive that big ass truck at all?
She did. I'm in a text thread about how bad I am right now. And I am, in fact. They've noticed on the thread that I am reading it during the show, which I shouldn't read text during the show. But it's the only other group I entered, right? A group of my friends. And I'm just awful at this.
Are you dead last?
I'm not dead last in that one, I don't think. Yeah, same exact bracket.
You should have put me in that one this year.
There was no prize, nothing but bragging rights. Hey, so no, my wife has already said, nope, not happening, not riding with you. And so I think, who suggested this? Somebody suggested that I take my oldest daughter, that it could just be bonding. She could video and it could be bonding with she and I. So that might be my plus one.
Has she been asked about that?
She has not. No,
okay.
She's not. Well, I mean, she's not going to know where we're going either.
What are the chances Leighton would do that? I can't get Leighton to go to dinner. I tried to get her to go to Superior last night since she was watching a movie.
That's too far of a drive.
Yeah. Watching a movie.
Yeah. Like, will you go to Superior? It literally will take you 45 minutes to eat with your old man. I'll go sit at the bar by myself. I'll pull a Dunaway.
Oh, we've got we've got hashtag fade Dunaway. You want that now?
Oh,
I mean, we may as well fade Lance. Yeah.
No, so here's the thing, though, real quick. I want to point this out
because
I said this on the show yesterday. He put in 2 parlay tickets. He keyed Michigan.
Right.
He keyed Michigan, and I said, why doesn't he just play Michigan on its own if he likes them that much? So what does he do? He plays Michigan and South Dakota State. Michigan wins. South Dakota State loses. He plays Michigan and Boise. Michigan wins. Boise loses. He just would have keyed Michigan, the team he was all about. He wins money yesterday. And I think according last night, he said he was 0-10.
0-10, yeah. 0-10 last night. And he had St. Peter's, though, remember?
I can't talk. I was 0-5 yesterday. But I'm bouncing back right now.
Do you have the lock ready?
Yeah.
Oh, it's Louisville, the Cardinals for the women's, right?
The old ladies.
Lay the 46. You won't have to sweat it.
The Lady Cards. Well, let's do the lock right now. It is the Hemp Hill Services lock of the day. I mean, look, I'm just going to be honest with you. We believe in honesty on this show. It is impossible for Lance's lock to be worse today than it was yesterday. That's impossible, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I mean, you had Marquette, who was on the wrong side of the biggest blowout in 8-9 game history. So it has to be a bounce back today. The lock presented by Hemp Hill Services. Listen, man, disaster strikes, just like in this NCAA tournament. If something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. We tell you, call Hemp Hill Services, a name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 205-229-2090. Where are we going?
Well, I said I think this Pac-12 is better than most people are giving it credit for. It didn't look like that with UCLA against Akron. I'm going to be stubborn, though. It has nothing to do with any affiliation. You know this. I really don't care about Andy Enfield and this USC basketball program, an Elite Eight run last year. But USC today laying 2 against Miami. Isaiah Mobley has a big game. 4 Trojans. They average in double figures right now. They've got 13 neutral or road wins already this year. So, I think this atmosphere is not going to be a big deal for USC. I think too much size. And when you look at Miami, it all comes down to Cameron McGusty. I think they shut him down. And I like USC winning this game by double digits.
Wow.
Yeah. So USC -2. That is your lock. It's a new day.
All right, new day. Cannot get worse.
It can't get worse.
Yeah,
it can't get. I could go 0-5 again, but it can't get worse.
0-5 in the actual on-air lock was a blowout of historic proportions.
I
so
promise you,
simply
USC
cannot get worse from there.
will not get blown out that bad.
Who does Auburn want more, USC or Miami?
Miami.
They want Miami.
They want Miami because USC does have size. And again, Mobley's one of these athletic 6'10" guys. He's got tournament experience. I think it would be a really interesting matchup. I've got USC and Auburn matching up in the second round, and I've got Auburn moving forward. I think Auburn would come out as probably a 7-point favorite, but I think Auburn would win that game.
So real quick, you've given some thoughts on Loyola, Ohio State. Do you have anything on Jacksonville State, Auburn we haven't talked about yet?
Dunaway take USC.
We'll do that in the next segment. I can't tell you. Next segment. We're going to fade Dunaway next segment. We're going to fade Dunaway.
Of course he's due.
Let me see. Let me just look real quick.
I didn't even think about that. I've got 5 plays today.
Don't look. I don't want you to look at the text. You're on the text.
I will say this, though. He could be out there with somebody that's a subscriber, and that might be the reason he went 0-10 yesterday.
It could have been. I have no earthly idea. He didn't text you for picks. Do you have anything on Jacksonville State Auburn we haven't talked about? Anything at all?
I'm starting to think he did because I had Boise yesterday. This is starting to make sense. Do I have anything on Jacksonville and Auburn? No, I do not.
Okay, no. Auburn's a 15.5-point favorite. You think they're okay here?
Yeah, I think they're fine here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a 15-2 already.
Interesting storyline, and again, this is when they coach different levels. But Ray Harper, 17 matchups with Bruce.
He's on Bruce Pearl,
and he's 13-4.
Yeah, well, it's about to get real though for Ray here in this one. I mean, most of the time those are equally prepared.
Wouldn't you think a lot of these kids though are in their hotel rooms last night? They're watching these games. This has got to be a wake up.
Oh, it has to be. If you're Auburn, you noticed last night, right? Because I mean, my gosh, they've played Kentucky.
If I'm Bruce, hey, look, you guys know how good this Kentucky team is.
Yeah,
they just lost to St. Peter's.
That's right.
Trust me, Jacksonville State, a team that played Alabama deep into the second half in Coleman Coliseum earlier this year. Jacksonville State can score. Darian Adams is a guy that can score. Damari King is a guy that's hitting almost 50% behind the arc. You know, Jacksonville State, when they're on, they can be a dangerous team.
Do you want to do 3 and out here?
Yeah, we can do it.
All right, we got some Coach Cal and 3 and out rock stars presented by Vulcan Tire and Automotive.
Yeah, again, Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Anything you need bumper to bumper. Again, it's wet outside right now. Maybe you're sliding around the road a little bit. You need to get those tires checked. Stop into one of those 4 great locations. You can also go online, vulcantireandauto.com.
First down.
Okay, I'll start with this. More touchdowns in 2022. Devontae Adams or whoever the Packers' leading receiver is.
Incredible we haven't even mentioned this. That's how big yesterday was in the tournament. Devontae Adams traded.
Yeah, and I don't know what you read into this because so many people were like, Aaron Rodgers is going to wait until Devontae signs this franchise tag or gets a long-term deal.
We saw what Schefter – was it Schefter or Rappaport that reported Aaron Rodgers knew this when he signed? He knew they were trading him.
Now, the one storyline that a lot of people maybe you don't realize is Devontae is reuniting with his college quarterback in Derek Carr.
And I'm sure they really liked each other. But if you said, Devontae, I know you didn't play college football with Aaron Rodgers. Which quarterback you want to play with? Which one do you think he's going to say?
And I saw the odds for the Raiders went up a little bit to win the Super Bowl, but they're still picked dead last in the AFC West right now, which is the most difficult division, at least on paper, in the NFL.
I mean, that AFC West is brutal.
I just can't believe he took off from Green Bay to go play in Las Vegas.
I would say Devontae Adams. I mean, when you say his replacement, you're assuming they go out and get somebody in free agency? I mean, free agency's going fast, right?
I think what they're going to do, they've got 4 of the top 60 picks after acquiring the Packers first round yesterday.
They're going to draft receiver. It's a deep receiver draft.
Yeah,
getting the Raiders. Yeah,
getting the Raiders pick yesterday. I think they're just going to hope that we can get one of these guys that can make an immediate impact.
If you're Aaron Rodgers, which one would you?
You look at Jamar Chase, what he was able to do last year.
Yeah, if you're Aaron Rodgers, you get one of these receivers. Which one would you want?
I'd want Drake London.
Yeah.
He ain't going to be around.
He's not going to be around.
He's going to take Cooper Kupp.
You guys signed a receiver yesterday.
He could get Slade Bolden. Allen Robinson. Which makes 0 sense.
But he's a good receiver.
He is.
Second down.
Did you say Slade Bolden, Rockstar?
I did.
I said Cooper Kupp.
Oh, he said Slade Bolden.
Slade will be available in those top 60.
Oh, he will be. They could draft him if they want.
Okay, next playoff reception first. Jalen Waddle or Devontae Adams?
These are so hard for me to answer when you throw Dolphins guys in here.
I'll answer for you. I think it's Jalen Waddle. I don't think the Raiders, although they were a play away from the playoffs last year.
It's weird. The path to the playoffs is easier for the Dolphins than for the Raiders. There's no doubt. Yeah, so I guess I would go Jalen Waddle. I mean, Tua's got to hit him in stride, and they got to be in the playoffs, but I'll go Jalen Waddle.
I would go Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
Third down.
Okay, both are great. I will set it up by saying that. But bigger underachiever over the last decade.
Oh, boy.
Aaron Rodgers or John Calipari?
Here's why. I'll say Aaron Rodgers, and here's why. No, excuse me. I'll say Cal, and here's why. Aaron Rodgers, you know how razor thin the margins are in the NFL. Yep. And he cannot be responsible for the players around him, right? His front office has that responsibility. Cal can go pick 5 every year. Now, he doesn't always get the exact 5 he wants, but, boy, he's getting a good 5 every year. And he can go get the 5 best guys in America every single year, or 5 of the best guys in America. So, to me, his ability to reset a roster year after year after year
that's, to me, more on Cal than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
and he controls the roster.
Man, the more I think about it, I don't know what's more difficult, winning a Super Bowl or winning a
They're both hard.
college basketball
They're both hard, but you see what I'm saying? Cal controls the roster. Aaron Rodgers has no control over
But
them.
Cal's also won one in a decade. It's been a decade, but
That's
he's
true.
also played for two in a decade.
Yep.
Aaron Rodgers hasn't even been to a Super Bowl in a decade. So I would actually say that the bigger underachiever is Aaron
That's a
Rodgers.
tough question, though. That is a tough question.
But just like you're biased with the Miami Dolphins, I'm biased in the fact that I don't like Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
4th down.
I have noticed that. Do you like women's if Aaron Rodgers played women's basketball?
I think they shower more than he does. I think that's fair.
If Aaron Rodgers, that would be the greatest story of all time, Rockstar. If Aaron Rodgers came out and said, you know what, I identify as a female right now.
Oh, no.
And I'm going to go play women's college basketball.
Lance would be like, par for the course.
I could see this coming.
A dude did win the women's.
I saw that. Was that the NCAA?
I think it was. And he whipped all the women.
Well, of course he did. It's a man swimming against women.
It's amazing. I lost my train of thought.
Fourth down.
This could be a good poll question. And I never thought we would ask this. But right now, who is the best coach in Lexington?
Oh, man. We're to this point. We're going to go Mark Stoops is better.
I think it's a legitimate question because you talk about Calipari is able to go out and handpick 3 or 4 or even 5 McDonald's All-Americans every single year. Mark Stoops is working with 3 and 4 stars. Now, the recruiting has gotten a lot better because they've had more success, but his ability to develop, coach those guys up.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to send that as a poll question. We're going to tag Forrester's boy, Matt Jones, the guy he doesn't like. We're going to tag him up because I bet he may go Stoops right now.
No, yeah, I guarantee if I would have asked him this, if we would have had him on the air and I would have asked him this, he would have gone on some kind of rant. Would he have not?
I don't know. He's a big Stoops guy. He really likes Stoops. So
I would say, as much as I like Calipari, and I don't really like Stoops, I think Stoops is a better coach right now.
Can you believe, though, on Calipari, how weak they've gotten defensively? That used to be their calling card. You know, they've never been great offensive teams.
St. Peter shot 51% yesterday.
Can you believe how bad they've gotten defensively, though, under him?
It's effort.
It really is. But how's Cal not getting effort out of these guys?
I don't
know. To answer your question, I'm still going to go Cal.
I'm going to go Stoops. I'm really interested to see a poll question. Now, what could cloud this a little bit is the dislike for Calipari amongst the masses out there.
No, it's true. And I think, we have a football audience, and I think they respect the heck out of what Mark Stoops has done. They know how bad that Kentucky job has historically been. That is 3 and Out, and it is presented by Vulcan Tire and Auto.
Hey, again, locally owned and operated. Anything you need, bumper to bumper, wheel alignment, tires, and more, they can do it for you and your family. Stop in, see the guys today. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Rockstar tells us what you can watch other than the NC2A tournament or the women's tournament, in Lance's case. That is next on the Next Round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Spring is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. you'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
11 pounds.
Whoa! That sounds great, Reed. Why don't you sit down and rest those pipes for a second? At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
We're about to fade Dunaway. We'll give you his picks. He was 0-10 at one point yesterday. Hey, the Big Ten is up at Nichols Outfitters because there's big savings in it for you. 50% or more on everything under the 10 from now till April 1. Archery bows and arrows, select firearms on sale, boots, shoes, knives, sunglasses, brands like Cool, Badlands, Columbia, Drake, and more. More than 50% off into the Big Ten for the big sale. Hurry, the good stuff will not be around long. It is through April Fool's Day, April 1st at Nichols Outfitters, just off I-65 in Pelham. In the Farm Folio chat room, JRG LT says Stoops, and it's not even close. I never thought I'd see UK win 10 games a year in my lifetime. He's done it 2 of the last 4 years. Actually, and that is impressive. But Lance, he has had Kentucky twice now, in a game against Georgia where if they win it, they win the East.
Yeah, and
one time it was outright. There was no doubt they won the East. The other time, They still had to do some work, but if they beat Georgia, they were going to win the East.
A realistic expectation for Kentucky every year is to win the SEC championship in basketball, regular season and tournament, and to go to an Elite Eight. I mean, for Kentucky fans, it's win national championships. I'm saying realistic.
Yeah.
Now, Cal's been to, I think, 5 Elite Eights in the last decade, 3 Final Fours. So he's achieved a lot. And when I asked that question, bigger underachiever, again, I started the question, I framed it with saying both are great. Aaron Rodgers and Calipari are both great.
Yep.
They're both Hall of Famers.
Both Hall of Famers in their profession. Yeah, there's no doubt.
Which one, if I'm a Kentucky fan, I just feel like I haven't gotten my money's worth over the last decade.
Right.
If I'm a Packers fan, I feel the same way.
Blake asked the question, Coach Cal or Jimbo Fisher?
Oh, come on. mean, one's 8-5 every
Rockstar.
year.
What if Jimbo Fisher coached a women's basketball team? That would be fantastic.
What if he
Assistant
coached
coaches
Aaron
Rodgers.
Rodgers playing for a women's basketball team?
Yes. I would tune in to watch Lance watch that, is what I would do. Oh, I cannot believe they posted up right there. Such a loser.
I will say Jimbo probably has if he went to ESPN.com today, he's pissed too.
You think Aaron Rodgers could dunk?
Probably, yeah.
What is he, 6'3"?
6'2".
6'2"?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, do you think, Rockstar, you think Aaron Rodgers could dunk?
Yeah.
I don't think he could. Yeah. I mean, 6'2". I'm 6'2".
I've got kind of smaller hands, but I could dunk the women's basketball relatively easy.
Irony right there now.
Yeah.
Very, very appropriate.
Again, it shows you, though.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I guarantee you Aaron Rodgers could dunk.
Okay. Well, I mean, because I got to the point where I could grab rim, but I could never dunk. Like when I was in high school, I eventually got to where I could grab rim.
I could touch that backboard and that net.
Could you get the block underneath? That was always like the first step.
Get the bottom of that net with my ups.
Yeah, see, my problem was I couldn't jump off 1 foot.
Oh, so you had to stop and then jump off two, kind of like in the women's game?
I have a good, I couldn't use my left like the
Lance had a mean-ass bounce pass.
Could you?
But
you
again,
couldn't dribble left either,
my old ass could go out right now and still pull down 15 rebounds. And I didn't want to get back into this because we did it before.
Right.
We played the UAB women's team, and we beat them like a drum. And it was a bunch of dudes. I mean, half the guys were smoking cigarettes at halftime.
What was the highest level of play any of your guys had gotten up to on that team?
Nobody played college.
Okay, so it was all high school level.
It was all high school, yeah.
Do you think you could beat UConn's best team? That group, they could not have beaten UConn's best team.
That group in our prime, yes.
Okay. But like the group
and again,
that beat them,
there were a couple of really talented guys out there playing. Yeah. And some bigs too. I mean, you set a pick and you'd feel bad. You'd hear, oh. So I mean, it was kind of tough. But I will tell you this: Deanna Jackson, she went 4th in the draft that year. She ate me alive defensively.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Like she locked you down.
Yeah, I mean, I still no. I couldn't do anything to her defensively.
Oh yeah, you couldn't guard her. You couldn't stay in front of her.
I mean, she was 6'1", probably.
Right, had a good handle.
Oh yeah, she went off, but she was all they had.
Yeah, so they put you on her.
Yeah, they purposely did that.
Yeah.
Which I deserve that.
Paul says, yeah, that one coming to you, didn't you? Paul says Rodgers could not dunk today, maybe in his prime.
Maybe not today. Yeah. I was just saying in his prime. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is an old man now.
Right. No, he is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in his mid-30s.
Yeah,
right?
And he'd have to care to dunk. And so that's another issue.
Todd said, did LT just say he could dunk a women's ball on a 10-foot goal? That was a low bar. Like, you didn't even have to lower the goal. I could dunk with a women's ball.
No, my point was I just don't have – I've got, I guess, what you would call Kenny Pickett hands.
Paul asked what is LT's opinion on Billie Jean King. We don't need to get into that. Let's do Rockstar's viewing menu. Yeah. Rockstar's viewing menu is presented by New Life Art. They're doing the T-shirt contest.
She did beat a dude that I think he had had an organ just removed.
No, he's sold out. If you watch the documentaries about it.
I mean, he really did though, didn't he?
I don't know. Yeah. All right.
Anyway, our friends at New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or online DanielMooreArt.com. And remember, submit your T-shirt design and win. It's as simple as that. We will announce somebody Monday or Tuesday for sure. We are going to have our first T-shirt design win. It is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. Again, just go to nextroundlive.com, submit and win.
You know, a lot of stuff is moving to streaming services. You got a bunch of stuff today. I'm just going to do 3, but you got 3 new movies. Netflix, you got a new movie called Windfall. A man breaks into a tech billionaire's empty vacation home, but things go sideways when the arrogant mogul and his wife arrive for a last-minute getaway. This stars Jesse Plemons and Jason Segel. So I'm guessing it's
Siegel's going to be the one with the money. Plemons is going to be the criminal.
Yep. I mean, he is typecast, isn't he?
He's got a cool mustache.
Hey, ugly Matt Damon, has he ever played, that's Plemons, like in Game Night, he was a police officer.
And he's a police officer in a lot of his films.
No, he was the nice guy in Power of the Dog.
Okay.
Yeah.
He was a nice guy.
Have you watched it?
No, I haven't. I saw he got an Oscar for it, didn't he? Or he nominated for an Oscar?
I think I know Benedict Cumberbatch is nominated, and so is...
I think Plemons is nominated for supporting actor.
Yeah, I guess Lunsford's probably seen it. Yeah. But, yeah, he's nice in that.
And then Hulu, there's a new show called Life in Beth. After a sudden incident, Beth, a seemingly successful woman with a long-term relationship and steady career, takes a look back at her past to see what she wants to become. This stars Amy Schumer, Michael Cera, and Michael Rappaport.
I
That's
thought
a show.
Rappaport was pretty much done.
Well, he's in Life and Beth.
Okay.
And then on Apple Plus, they got a new show called We Crashed, which is about the WeWork story that was on Hulu. The documentary.
yeah, I've seen the trailer for this. Yeah,
This stars Anne Hathaway and your boy Jared Leto. It's the story.
It looks so confusing.
Yeah.
I know Severance, and I know you only gave it 10 minutes and you tapped out.
Awful.
And Severance is somewhat confusing, but once you get to 2-3 episodes, it starts to make a lot of sense on a different level. But watching the trailer of that, first of all, anything Jared Leto's in seems confusing.
And he's method.
Yeah.
It's like he wants to be Daniel Day-Lewis, and it's just not the same.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't really cut his arm off for Requiem for a Dream.
Yeah, you should have.
Yeah.
And then on Hulu, is it a bad sign if you have a movie that's supposed to be in theaters in 2021 and the theaters back down, so they just give it to Hulu?
Yeah, that is a bad sign
So
because they're looking for anything, right?
Ben Affleck has a new movie called Deep Water that's on Hulu tonight. It's about him in a bad relationship with his wife and somebody's cheating on the other, and it's in New Orleans or something, and it's very sinister. But that was supposed to be in theaters, and they decided, let's just put it on Hulu. So that's released today. So you got a lot of stuff today.
Wow, Rockstar. That was a hard sell there.
Yeah, it's just for me this weekend's completely out on anything.
Yeah,
because
women's tournament kicks up.
Because these games will last till close to midnight again.
Oh, it was so rough last night. Did not see the end of what was it? Akron UCLA was the last meaningful game.
Well, I saw the Kansas thing didn't tip off to like 9:45.
No, but I wasn't going to watch any of that. That was a
I shut
116.
down Kansas with about 10 minutes to go in that game, and went to sleep finally around midnight, I think, and still got up at 6.
We're going to fade Dunaway here. You ready? So, Lance, just give me your thoughts on these. Some of them cross over in some of the games you're already playing, as we've discovered here. Dunaway was 1-9 yesterday. Rockstar 1-9. What is that? What does that win you in Las Vegas? Can you you think somebody give him a free room for that? Like if they one of the sports books?
They don't put any stock into sports books.
Oh, okay. It's all table games.
Yeah, I mean, they're making, literally pennies on the dollars compared to what they're doing on tables and slot machines.
All right, so give me these thoughts. Dunaway, good news, Auburn fans, liked Jack State plus the 15.5.
If I played it, I probably would lay it. We had so many good games yesterday.
Yep.
We are due duds today.
14.5 is officially. I don't know where Jim has it, but 14.5 is where I see it
probably
right
would lay it. I stayed away from it, though.
Dunaway likes Cal State Fullerton. I'm about to find the line for you. Cal State Fullerton is catching 18.5 against Duke.
Duke, I'm going to tell you the last time they covered Brown, and it has been
a while,
quite some time for Duke. I lean Duke.
Yeah, so you're against Dunaway on both these.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have incredible games today.
Yeah.
Do you?
Well,
I hope we do.
The early slate yesterday was just okay, right? I mean, you had Richmond beating Iowa, which I personally hated, but I think most people pulled for. You had Richmond beating Iowa, and the late slate was really, really good. He likes Texas minus 1.5 against Virginia Tech. Tejas.
I like Texas, too. Virginia Tech is red hot. They've won 13 of 15. Texas has lost 3 consecutive games. I like Texas.
And here are Dunaway's money line plays. So for those of you that don't know the gambling parlance, he's just picking these teams straight up to win. Odds are involved. All they got to do is win, though. USC, which was your lock of the day. So you're with Dunaway on that one, which you probably now regret.
I think it's really dumb to play money line -2. No, it really is. I mean, what are the chances that thing is going to land on 1 or 2? As soon as I say that, it will. But what are the chances?
Yesterday, you just tore up his whole strategy.
Well, it's just dumb to play that money line.
Yeah, it's
dumb. I mean, anybody out there that gambles, you guys will give me. Have you ever, on laying 2 in a basketball game or less, just said, I'm going to play the money line?
Dunaway's other money line play, Ohio State. Dunaway likes Ohio State. First game out of the chute here. Ohio State is favored by 0.5 point. You say, why would you play that one, right?
It's a pick or a 0.5 point. It's virtually a money line. I don't even get what he's saying here.
Well, he's saying he played the money line on him. I think Jim just kind of likes to go out there and do some things. I don't know that there's a whole lot of thought put into this.
Would not be surprised if Dunaway's smoking a cigar today.
Jimmy Cigar. And Dunaway's final play. Is everybody ready for this? Rockstar, who's back there running the Farm Folio chat room? Is that Lunsford or Scott right now?
Yeah, everybody.
Everybody, tell them all to buckle up. Okay. All right, get ready for the Farm Folio chat room. Dunaway's final money line play today, the University of Alabama Crimson Tide.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that sucks for Alabama fans because you're laying 4, and you feel if Dunaway lays the 4, you can still win that game by 1, 2, 3, or maybe even get a push with a 4.
Mm-hmm.
Now Dunaway has solidified Notre Dame winning that game.
The best is when he texted. The last text he said is sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, LT, so behind the scenes on our show
He's
text.
not listening, by the way. There's no way.
No way. On our show text, he at least sent his picks in so we could fade Dunaway. # fade Dunaway. And then Lance says, are you out there with somebody that subscribes to my service? And Lance says, not at all. I was 1-9 yesterday. Are these close to yours? Sorry. That's the most vintage Jim text ever.
The chat room's going.
It is. Kevin
Damn
says, I just cussed Charles, Jay Cox, Zach.
Jesus Christ, why couldn't he just leave it alone?
Jay Price with an LOL. Brooks.
I do think we get a good game now at 3:15.
Rusty had the one Lance just said. Lunsford said, I just slammed Notre Dame plus the 4. Andrew says, why? Rusty says, hope Dunaway is ready to fight if Bama loses. I think he just does it. I think at this point, Dunaway does that for the reaction. I don't think he's not even thinking about
there was a time on this show when he said he would never touch Alabama or Auburn.
Yeah, and he has been all over
real quick.
He's been all over Alabama lately. And didn't he have Auburn in a game they lost? One of Auburn's losses. Didn't he have Auburn?
No, and 2 of their losses.
2 of their losses he had.
Yeah.
Poor Bruce Purley. He didn't even know. He didn't even know the game had already been played.
No, he had Auburn just the other day. We had against Texas A&M in the tournament, remember?
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Yeah, he laid 9.5 and they lost.
Auburn lost straight up. Hey, thank you so much to all of you that listen to the show. More than 1,300 of you that went to nextroundlive.com and entered the exclusive auto wholesale bracket. Guys, we had 1,300 some odd entries from 27 different states. That shows you what the kind of crazy reach we have now. 27 different states. Half of America is represented. Half the states in America are represented in this bracket challenge. We thank you, and Exclusive Auto Wholesale thanks you as well.
Yeah,
and
look,
they don't have to give away a car.
No,
so they're off the hook.
They do not. I don't know if anybody's going to have a perfect bracket again. In the history of the world.
Yeah,
right? In the history of the world. But still, somebody's going to win $1,000 thanks to our friends at Exclusive Auto Wholesale, where they are obsessed with making every client feel like a lifelong friend. The experience is second to none, and Exclusive Auto Wholesale will make it easy on the customer. At Exclusive Auto Wholesale, no more waiting around for 3 to 5 hours to purchase a car. Drew and his team, they know that everyone's time matters, and they work efficiently to make sure every customer is 100% satisfied. To view EAW's inventory and great 5-star reviews, go to EAWcars.net. You can also stop by, see that incredible showroom located at 2630 Pelham Parkway. Get in today. Go see Drew and the incredible staff there, and make sure you tell them the next round sent you.
All right. I'm already dreading Rockstar 11 o'clock. I need to go and get started in this break. I've got our remote right here, right, for our bank of TVs. And outside of CBS, I have no earthly idea what channels any of these games are on, because we are Spectrum up here. I'm DirecTV at home.
I've got it.
You've got all the channels from Spectrum?
No,
I know they're TNT and True. I just don't know what number. I need the number.
But we do have them.
Oh, we got them.
Yeah.
I just don't know the number.
I think Reed's got them. He had one yesterday.
Good. All right,
yep.
Fantastic. Thanks to Reed for that. Because I'll tell you what, as much as some people complain about DirecTV, and I have been part of that too.
At least you know the channels.
At least you know the channels, number one. And number two, you know what they have that I really like is if you're just watching on a single TV.
A guide?
Well, they've got a guide, yes. They've got that one channel 205 where it's got all the games, and all you have to do is move the box and click on the one you want, and it takes you to that channel. Because I never knew where True TV and TNT and all that are.
See, I just started 245 and then worked my way up.
Well, if you go to 205 right before SportsCenter, it's got every game that's on, and all you got to do is go around. It takes you to whichever game. It's very, very handy. So thanks to DirecTV for that. But I'm already dreading 11 o'clock because I don't even know where to go for these games. All right, we'll talk about more of the games when we return. This is the next round presented by Bud Light.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover, near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons Happy Hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCAA.
From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. If your home is dated or if you have a property in need of repair and just want to get it sold without fixing it up, you need Holly Mack Wilson. This is a niche market, and Holly excels in moving as-is real estate. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. From fixer-uppers to mansions, Holly Mack Wilson sells it all. Holly Mack Wilson, an as-is Tuscaloosa Keller Williams realtor.
Hey everyone, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. It's been about a month since we started our weight loss challenge, and thanks to Leslie and the crew over at Way to Wellness, I am down over 30 pounds. I can really tell the difference in such a short period of time, and guess what? You can too. Visit aplanforme.com to learn more about how you can start living a healthier lifestyle, and then see if you can beat us here at the next round as we continue to lose weight and feel great. That's aplanforme.com for more information from our friends at Way to Wellness.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Part of the official traveling party of the University of Alabama Crimson Tide up early out on the West Coast listening to the show. The text says, great. We've lost 3 in a row, and now Dunaway picks us. Talk about playing through adversity. And he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders now.
Yeah, that's tough.
It is. It is tough. Jimmy D has picked him. We'll talk about some more of these games, Lance, though. Mortgage Right, anywhere these games are being played, can hook the people up
when they want that new financing.
They can, Brown. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, well, here's your sign from the universe. It is time to buy a new home, and who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they will do all the heavy lifting for you. Their trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every single step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting rents you dry. Go to mortgageright.com/TNR.
In the Farmfolio chat room, Paul makes a great point. Great point. It really is amazing. Alabama football has won as many national championships as they have, having Dunaway as a fan. I mean, really. Alabama is, national championship-wise, the winningest program of all time, and Dunaway has been on that bandwagon since day one. I mean, the fact that
I've never thought about it like that.
And listen, I mean, Dunaway, Bryant owned the 70s, right? Saban has owned this decade. I mean, they've had 2 decades where Alabama has absolutely owned it, and Dunaway's been alive for both those decades. And an Alabama fan.
Yeah, but I don't think he can control godlike things, right?
You can't.
You can't. Acts of God?
Yeah.
No, you cannot control that. 12:45 TNT, Montana State, Texas Tech. Speaking of Alabama, this game has great meaning to them because they get the winner of this game if they can find a way to beat Notre Dame. What do you think about Montana State, Texas Tech?
Look, Mark Adams done a really good job. The former assistant for Chris Beard, they're number one in adjusted defensive efficiency. It's a really good team, man. I mean, they've got, and we talk about transfer impacts. And Auburn, maybe when you talk about Kessler and KD and Wendell Green, I mean, those guys have made major impacts. But Bryson Williams is your leading scorer. Your top rebounder is from Oral Roberts. Your top defender is from Hampton. So, Adams has done a really good job continuing what Chris Beard built, but he also brought in a lot of transfers.
You go to the 1 o'clock game on TBS. Obviously, the Texas Tech game is being played right before Alabama there in San Diego. 1 o'clock TBS, Yale and Purdue. I mean, I don't trust the Big Ten. I started this tournament not trusting Purdue. Now it's the whole Big Ten. I don't think they're going to lose to Yale, obviously, but my gosh, I didn't think Iowa was going to lose yesterday.
Well, we talked about how good Auburn was earlier this season. Purdue at one time was number one nationally, too.
That's right.
I don't know if you remember
that.
Yeah,
they lost right away. That's how well they handled it.
Ivey is really good. Zach Edey is a 7'4", I don't want to call him a beast on the block, but he's a guy, once he gets that position, he is really difficult to defend. You've got a really good offense, not so much on the defensive end. That was Iowa's problem. And you look on the other side, Yale only allowed 68 points per game. They forced 13 turnovers per game. Yale plays really good defense. Purdue plays really good offense. Purdue probably too much with that size, especially with Edey, a 7'4" guy.
Twitter is an amazing thing. Like yesterday I was tweeting about Iowa losing to Richmond and what it's going to cost me. And, of course, I get, the Twitter expert. Not surprising at all. Richmond's a really good team. You should have known that.
Yeah, obviously.
I'm like, they weren't even in the tournament a week ago. Don't tell me they're a really good team. They're 80th in the Ken Palm.
You know what? They weren't in their own conference?
They were the 7th seed, weren't they?
6th seed.
6th seed, yeah. I love that. That's the best part about Twitter is the Twitter expert. Yeah, really good team. You should have known that one. Bad pick by you.
Bad pick.
Do better. I mean, they had to win their conference tournament just to get in this. Don't sell me on they were a really good team. All right, so that's Yale, Purdue, Delaware, Villanova. Can't see anything happening here. I got Villanova winning the national championship.
They've played 15 times. You know what the record is?
145 CBS. I'm going to say Villanova is 13-2.
They're 15-0.
All right.
I will point this one thing out. Colin Gillespie is finally 100% for Villanova, which is good for you.
That's why I picked him.
He was your most outstanding player in the Big East tournament, en route to the Wildcats winning another one of those. On the other side, he will go against Jameer Nelson Jr. Do you know who that is?
Jameer Nelson's got a kid playing?
He's got a kid playing.
Are you serious?
Really good. He leads the Blue Hens in scoring 14 points per game.
Jameer Nelson was the stud for St. Joseph's under Phil Martelli.
It was a 1 seed.
That does not.
And for the Orlando Magic.
But that does not seem like that long ago. When was he playing for St. Joe's?
03, 04? So
17 years. Yeah. That makes, God, that's been that long, huh?
Yeah, and Orlando was really good at Orlando, or was pretty good at Orlando. Better at St. Joe's.
That is amazing.
So we'll get to see that matchup today. So maybe Jameer Nelson finally will exercise demons after 0-15 all time for Villanova. We're pulling. I think majority of people are pulling for Delaware in this game.
Oh, I'm sure they are. Everybody wants the upsets. You only cheer for Villanova when you have them winning the national championship. We've talked Miami USC. If you missed it earlier, Hemphill Lock of the Day, the Trojans. Lance really, really likes the Trojans in that one. That's 210 True TV. Alabama Notre Dame, we've discussed at length. Bryan Passink is going to join us in about 10 minutes. We'll discuss more about that out in San Diego. Virginia Tech, Texas. This is Virginia Tech, another team that was not in this tournament a week ago. They won their way in through the ACC championship game. Chris Beard, I mean, this guy took Texas Tech to the Final Four, so you know he can coach in this tournament.
He can coach in the tournament, but on the other side, you remember how many years Virginia Tech was on the bubble with Seth Greenberg?
It was every year.
5 consecutive NCAA appearances now for Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
So they're used to being there. They've won 13 of 15 games. A lot of people think this was the most dangerous double-digit seed in this tournament coming in. You know, Mike Young's done a really good job with this program. Texas doesn't have a go-to scorer. They've got 4 guys that are averaging at least 9.5 points per game, but they don't have a go-to guy. This is going to be a really tight game in the end. I don't know why I like Texas. I said this yesterday with Marquette. It's just a feel thing with this game.
Right.
It didn't work out with Marquette, right?
It did not, no.
They got destroyed, and I feel like Texas is going to win this game. As soon as I say that, Virginia Tech probably pops them. I think the majority of the nation is all over Virginia Tech.
People praise Mike Young's offense, and if you have watched it, Lance, it's a pretty offense to watch. I mean, it is an effective offense.
Ball movement's great.
Yeah, they get a lot. They just get a lot of uncontested layups out of it.
Yeah, and
backdoors.
Watching, the cuts are incredible. Watching in the ACC tournament, they were really on, and you wonder if these few days off kind of takes them out of rhythm a little bit.
And that may do it. But my point was going to be Chris Beard is known for his defense, right? You talked about Mark Adams. That's what Texas Tech was known for. Adams was his quote-unquote his defensive coordinator, and he got the head coaching job when Chris Beard left.
Well, let's just hope Texas, if you're on Texas like me today, they've got a short-term memory. Their last time out, they had a 20-point lead against TCU.
How'd that finish?
And they blew it in the quarterfinals of the Big 12 tournament. You know the last time the Texas Longhorns have won an NCAA tournament game? This blows me away because, again, I think with their resources, they should be really, really good.
Did Shaka ever? He did not win one there because he lost his last one at Virginia Commonwealth and hasn't won another one since. So Shaka didn't win one there.
Again, Houston just was in the Final Four last year.
Yeah.
In-state.
Well, I mean, was it a Rick Barnes team? Has it been that long?
2014, yeah.
That's crazy. Wow. Well, that gets you through the early games. We'll pick up the later ones. Bryan Passink is going to join us from out in San Diego to discuss Alabama and Notre Dame. The Crimson Tide, about a 4-point favorite. Am I right on that one, Lance? About a 4-point favorite. Dunaway is, of course, on the Tide. We'll see how that goes for Alabama. We'll talk about it with Passink. Hey, JohnstonRVCenter.com, right there, just off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They offer exclusive lifetime warranties from RV Warranty Forever on all their new models. Financing is available. Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand, right there at Johnston RV Center. See them online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. We head to the left coast. Bryan Passink from San Diego, from Bama, Notre Dame. That is next.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net. Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
March has arrived and you want to watch all the games. So make sure the only thing upset is your bracket. Call Blakely's Bouquets today. Order a beautiful arrangement for your girl so you can watch the game without the guilt. My friends at Blakely's Bouquets have unique and custom designs, and they give you speedy same-day delivery. Order online at blakeleysbouquets.com or over the phone 205-579-4900 or stop by in person right on Oxmoor Road in Homewood. Avoid the upsets at Blakely's Bouquets.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're in the hour where the games will start to tip today. Alabama just a little bit away there, and San Diego. We're about to head out there and talk with Bryan Passink, the analyst of the Crimson Tide Sports Network, about that game. But first, Lance, tell us about Odie's.
Hey, it's a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. If you're looking for a big-time lunch or dinner, stop in, enjoy the burgers, award-winning wings, great sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. And remember, if you're looking for live music tonight and tomorrow night, they will have it right there. Get in today. Go see Will Haver and that great staff, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
All right, Bryan Passink, former Alabama player, analyst, Crimson Tide Sports Network. He's on Twitter at Bryan Passink, if you would like to follow him there. He is in San Diego for Bama Notre Dame. What's up, Passink? How are you?
Doing great, guys. How are y'all?
Awesome. Thanks a lot. Brian's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We'll start with some very bad news for you. Jim Dunaway has picked Alabama to win today. In fact, he's in fact, Passink, he's in Vegas. He's legally bet on the University of Alabama to win today.
I haven't checked the line. I assume that moved.
No, so Brian, it's up to 4, but the problem is Dunaway didn't just lay the 4 where you guys could escape with a 1-2-3 or maybe even give him a push, a 4-point win. He played money line. He left you no room.
All right. I'm about to be around the players and coaches. I'm not going to mention that.
I would not. Yeah.
Just from a confidence standpoint, I want our guys with the right mindset, feeling confident. And obviously, that is not the news anyone wants to hear that's affiliated with Alabama. But congratulations to Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Hey, got done away with them.
And speaking of the Irish, going back to Wednesday night, we were all up watching that game, and it went into St. Patrick's Day, Eastern time. When you watch that game, though, Rutgers and Notre Dame. Were you pulling for one side? Did one side style suit Alabama better than the other?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's funny. I watched, the game. Obviously, love this time of year. Watch them all. That one was certainly one that we all had our eyes on. I think I changed my mind 10 times on who I would rather play. Every time Notre Dame would go on a run, I'm like, yeah, I think we match up better with Rutgers. And then all of a sudden, Rutgers would start imposing their will and with the way they play defensively. And Ron Harper Jr., one of the toughest players in the country, I decided I wanted to play Notre Dame. And it just went back and forth. Now, one thing that I was pulling for, I was pulling for like quadruple overtime.
Yeah, you almost got
double
it.
Overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was good. And I think Notre Dame got into San Diego at 4 a.m. sometime around then. So that was potentially positive news. I guess you could say it's been neutralized by what Jim Dunaway has done in Las Vegas, but still, that is not a terrible thing, and it's interesting. It feels like Alabama hasn't played in a month. I mean, it's been 8 days, and to have that much time off this time of the season is rare, and you kind of worry about, okay, will you be able to get back at it after having a week plus off, and then obviously Notre Dame with not much time to prepare at all. But there's something about winning an NCAA tournament game that gets the adrenaline going and gets you maybe past some of the fatigue that they may experience. But right now they're on a high, and they're a team that I think that Alabama can match up with, but they have to do the job defensively against a team that can really shoot it from three. They spread you out. They've got a terrific player in Paul Atkinson Jr. On the post. But this is a Notre Dame team that can get hot from the perimeter from 4 or 5 different spots. So Alabama has to be dialed in on the defensive end.
All right, so Bryan Passink is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline from a coaching perspective. So Mike Brey, you mentioned they play double overtime, right? They've had to prepare for Rutgers. If they don't beat Rutgers, it doesn't matter about Alabama, right? So they've had to prepare for Rutgers. Obviously, I know you've had an assistant scouting Alabama, so they've got the scout ready to go. But practically, when you land at 4 or 5 in the morning, how much Alabama have they been able to look at and install for this game today, do you think?
Not much. And the thing that you're used to with conference tournaments is a quick turnaround time, but in that situation, it's equal. Both teams don't have much time to prepare.
And I've played that team earlier in the season, probably. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is a unique situation for Notre Dame. From Alabama's standpoint, they went a couple of days of practice where they spent equal amount of time on Notre Dame and Rutgers. So even though you're splitting the time, you're not exactly sure who you're going to play. I would say advantage Alabama in that regard. But Notre Dame also has got the nerves out, which a first game of an NCAA tournament, everybody's nervous, and they won a game. And I don't know if you guys probably did, the post-game locker room and the excitement level that they had in winning probably the best first 4 game that we've ever seen, and just an incredible game, well played at a high level between both teams. So they haven't had a ton of time to prepare. But you're exactly right. I mean, they had that scouting report ready to go. How much time they were able to spend on it yesterday, I'm not sure. I would imagine that they spent a lot of time watching film, walkthroughs, and just preparing strategically for what they were going to do, and probably limited time in the practice gym. I know that they were at the arena last night shooting, but I would be surprised if they spent a ton of time going full speed, if they did it all yesterday, because rest is what the Irish probably needed most.
You've watched this Alabama courtside 32 times this year. What's been more surprising and frustrating, the turnovers or the inability to consistently hit the three?
Well, I would say the turnovers. That's something that has been a problem. And listen, Alabama has not shot the three nearly as well as they did a year ago. I'm not really surprised by that because of the personnel. What this team has done on the offensive end at a very high level is at the rim twos. Alabama's top 10 in the country in 2-point percentage. And although they do shoot a bunch of threes, they've done a nice job of getting to the rim, getting to the free throw line, even though they missed free throws against Vanderbilt coming into that game, second in the SEC in free throw percentage in conference games. So they're capable of scoring at the rim and getting to the line and converting. And the turnovers have been an issue. Obviously, the good thing is, hopefully a good thing, is this Notre Dame team, while they're solid defensively, and they are, their numbers don't jump out at you on the defensive end, but they do a great job of playing position defense, keeping guys in front. They don't create a lot of turnovers. And in Alabama's last 3 games, they played the number 1, 2, and a top 25 team in turnover rate. You had LSU, who's number 1 in the country in steal percentage. The number 2 team was Texas A&M in the home finale. Vanderbilt mixes up defenses, and they're aggressive on the defensive end and create a lot of turnovers. Now, Alabama did not do a very good job, obviously, against either of those 3 teams taking care of the ball. And hopefully they'll be better in that area today against a solid Notre Dame team, but not a team that's going to extend their pressure and take chances on the defensive end.
Finally, Brian, before you go, Nate Oates was on our show Monday, and Lance point blank asked him, I know you don't want to put pressure on a guy, but who's got to step up right now? He said Javon Quinterly. You may or may not agree with Coach Oates, but if you do agree that it's Quinterly, who's number 2 on that list? Who would you say this guy also, he may not be number 1 that's got to have a great tournament, but he needs to be number 2?
Yeah, I agree with that on JQ, and I would say the hometown boy, Jaden Shackelford, who's from just down the road, about an hour and a half, 2 hours away in Hesperia, a Southern California guy that's been in Tuscaloosa the last 3 years, Alabama's leading scorer, has done so much over the course of his career, and feel like he needs to play well and shoot it well. And it seems obvious to say, okay, Alabama needs to shoot it well in this game today to win. But I think with the way that Notre Dame plays defensively, they're going to give you a step. They do a really good job of keeping dribble penetration in front of them, and they may give up an open 3 before they give up a drive to the basket. So guys like JQ, Jade Shackelford, J.D. Davison, Keon Ellis, they should have open looks from the 3-point line today against Notre Dame. So hopefully Bama will be able to make some perimeter jump shots, because I think they're going to play that way on the defensive end and err on the side of giving up the 3 ball as opposed to the dribble drive.
All right, Chris Stewart, Tom Stipe, Roger Hoover, and this guy right here, Bryan Passink, going to be right there in San Diego. Airtime is 2 o'clock. Am I right about that? 2 Central, right? Because it is a 3:15 tip, but y'all start at 2.
That is correct.
All right, 2 o'clock. If you want to be out and about listening to that game today as Alabama takes on Notre Dame. All right, enjoy San Diego. I'm sure the weather's a little better than it is here today, Brian, so I hope you get to soak up some of it.
Sunny and 73, but a cold front's coming in tomorrow, so it's only going to be 68. So hopefully we'll
56 and pouring here, Brian.
That's right, yeah. I'll take that cold front you got coming in. How about that?
No doubt about it.
All right, thanks, Brian. Take care.
All right, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Bryan Passink with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Alabama taking on Notre Dame, 3:15 tip. If you want to watch the game, Avery Johnson, if you have not heard, former Alabama coach, will be on the TNT telecast as the analyst in that game. So if you want to turn it down and listen to the radio, you listen to Chris and Brian and those guys. Tell us about Dr. B there, LT.
Over the past year, I've noticed a little hair loss. I asked around. Everyone said Dr. Beckenstein, he is the guy you need to call. He's the best. Dr. B is the one that pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama. Remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. Went in just a few weeks ago for my consultation. Blown away with a ton of options he's got available for anyone out there experiencing what I am right now. Even did that genetic testing to determine the best treatment for me. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He uses that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316. Tell him the next round sent you. You can also go online for more information. Go to t3hair.net.
In the chat room,
Paul says, I have been a landmine believer since the 2016 presidential election. And I still maintain that is Dunaway's biggest landmine of all time. I mean, he landmined an actual presidential election.
Well, it's not. I mean, we've talked about some of them. I mean, that was big.
The biggest one. It's not one of the ones we can't talk about. But Lance, I mean, that one affected 350 million people, if not more. What other one? Yeah. He says no poll had Trump even close to winning. Dunaway said it on the air and said it would be called early, and we'd be able to go to bed. 8:20. I remember it distinctly. 8:20.
A lot of people are upset he didn't do that back in November.
8:20. Paul goes on to say he was the one that said it's amazing that Alabama's had the success that we have with Dunaway's landmine on the back. Chad points out the landmine is a curious beast, and it really is. He says it seems to only affect teams outside of Jim's fandom. And if you think about it, it's right. The Rays, I mean, they've actually, for a team in a market their size, they've had a good deal of success. The Lightning, I think Jim, only says the Lightning because they're in Tampa. I don't think he really watches their games.
Yeah, I would agree.
But they've won a Stanley Cup. The Bucks have won 2 Super Bowls, and Alabama has been dominant. So it is a curious thing that the teams he's actually fans of have some success. It's a weird deal, man.
And we've flown with him before.
Numerous times. Yeah. Numerous times. I flew with him out to Dallas just this year. It was my flight back. He flew straight home, no issues. My flight, I was trying to go to Nashville to watch the Dolphins-Titans from Dallas. I had a miserable day of travel. He flew back just fine.
Now, he can't get a meal right.
He cannot.
Well, because it's what you ordered. I'm not going
to. Yeah, but mine's normally good.
Yeah, but I enjoy mine.
Yeah, do they oversalt his?
I don't know.
Undercook it?
I really don't know. I mean, he is a unique human being, Jim is. Paul says, I think time off helps Alabama. Shackelford didn't have his legs at the end, and shooting threes without your legs, tough to do.
Yeah, look, Shackelford over his last couple of games, 6 of 24 behind the arc, including that 0 for 8 against LSU.
And you heard,
in the season.
and you heard Nate Oates on this show say it's Javon Quinterly that needs to step it up, and Passink agreed with that. He added Shackelford as the number 2. And I think, Lance, everybody says it's a guards tournament. I don't know if you would think that, was evident last night in the games we saw or yesterday in the games we saw. But I think that's why some Auburn fans are hesitant to really think this Auburn team can make another Final Four run because it is hard to hide guard play in March. It's hard to hide it.
If you put Jared Harper on this Auburn team,
they would win it.
They would.
I would almost say Jared Harper or Bryce Brown. I would almost say you could take either one of them, and they would win it.
Yeah, Bryce's ability to shoot.
Mm-hmm. I think if you just took either one of those guys on this team.
As long as Kessler's 100% and KD doesn't shoot you out of a game, I still think Auburn's fine. I'm one of those, and you heard Gottlieb kind of alluded to this. Bruce is going to coach like Bruce coaches. He loves Bruce. Everyone loves Bruce. Almost like Jabari is as well as this supporting cast is, give Jabari the ball and just let him take over.
Yeah. That seems easy, though. That's what Gottlieb said. He said it seems easy, right? Just get the ball to Jabari Smith.
I want Jabari taking 20 shots.
Yeah. That does seem easy, but for whatever reason, it just doesn't happen. And I don't know all the answers to that, but it just doesn't happen. Chad says, when one of us discovers the specific formula to when the landmines explode, we're going to be rich.
That's true.
Well, if you could figure that one out.
I can kind of tell you, I get
you
really
get a
good
feel for it,
really good feels on his landmines.
All right, you do.
I've made some side money on outside of just stakes. Everybody's loading up on Ohio State today on the money line, and the game's a pick. I've never heard that in my life. It already is the money line.
Oh boy, Dunaway the other day, man, when was it that Friday where both 1 seeds were going down? Yeah, it was last Friday, right? A week ago today, where both 1 seeds are going down. Me and Lance walk out of the studio at the same time, and Lance looks at me and goes, he's something else, isn't he? He's something else, isn't he? Hey, this hour of the show is always brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken right there in Alabaster. Listen, when it comes football season or just any time, you want a picnic, you want a tailgate, Champy's Chicken is the way to go right there. You can win that tailgate, win that picnic with Champy's Fried Chicken. Chicken on a stick, Mississippi Delta homemade hot tamales, the best we've ever had. You can see more online, champyschicken.com, champyschicken.com. In addition to that, the po' boys tenders, the full fried chicken plates, absolutely fantastic. Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. We have tipped Loyola. I can never say
Loyola.
that. I know you can do that all you want. I still can't do it. Loyola, I have to be
You know the
very,
one I had
very
trouble
slow.
with because I did those Calcuttas this year? Norfolk State.
Well, the locals don't really pronounce the L.
Yeah, that's it.
Norfolk.
Well,
Norfolk.
Yeah, that's how they do it, and it's really
I
uncomfortable.
can't do
and
it.
I just remember Dunaway, like one year they were playing somebody, and Dunaway kept saying their name, and he kept pronouncing it the way the locals did, and I was just really uncomfortable. I'll tell you the tougher one.
How do you know
Lance.
how the locals pronounce that?
Well, I've just
it's in
heard.
Virginia, isn't it?
It is in Virginia, but I've heard that's the way they say it. You get corrected.
How does Barkley say it?
I don't know.
Nope.
Not gonna do it. I'll tell you when Loyola Chicago is easier than Loyola Marymount. Boy, that one was tough when I was a kid.
That was a fun run in that tournament.
They weren't they? Loyola, see, I can't do it. Loyola Marymount was a fun team to watch back in the day. And them versus UNLV, what was the final in that? It was like 140 to 114 or something like that when they met in the NCAA tournament.
So Hank Gathers had passed.
That's
it was
right.
Bo Kimball that had the great tournament. Do you remember who the shooting guard that was just going off?
No
was?
earthly idea.
Jeff Fry.
Jeff Fry, huh? Paul Westphal was the coach, right?
He was.
Paul Westphal coached him.
And it was like, look, we don't care about defense.
Yep. We're gonna
Catch
try
ball,
to run
shoot
you to
ball.
death. Real quick, couple other games before we move to trash. We're gonna pepper these in the rest of the show. Chattanooga and Illinois. 5:50 TNT game.
This has become kind of a trendy play.
Well, I think a lot of people felt like Chattanooga. They've been a really good team all season long. Chattanooga has.
Yeah, Chattanooga's been a really good team. They've been consistent all season. I think they're one of. I don't think they went undefeated though in conference play.
No,
There
I
was
think
only two teams that
they
did.
ended up dropping a game, but they were really, really good.
But Kofi Coburn just too much on the inside.
Yeah,
and I've got a feeling that Illinois, based on the fact that they didn't go nearly as deep as they went last year, this could be one of those teams. They
Don't
can make
trust
a
them.
little bit of a run. No, I
Don't
think they can
trust
make
the
a
Big
little
Ten.
bit.
I do
but it
like
is Big
Underwood
Ten.
though. That guy can coach, but it is Big Ten.
But Coburn's really good.
Chattanooga about an 8-point underdog in that one. What about Duke, Cal State, Fullerton? You don't see anything happening there, do you?
I don't.
This Duke team we've talked about it. They haven't handled this well.
They've got 5 first-round guys on this roster. They just haven't played well lately.
Yeah.
I mean, they got to snap out of it.
Do you worry? Who do you think's got a better shot of upsetting Duke in round 2, Michigan State or Davidson? I mean, name brand will tell you Michigan State. But boy, I saw that Davidson, the only basketball at college.
Davidson can score, so they can score with Duke. Michigan State can yuck it up. Could clean the glass with Duke. I don't know. I think Duke's going to make a run here. I really do.
The only college basketball game I went to all season long was the game down at the BJCC, Alabama-Davidson. So I've at least seen 2 tournament teams play. That Davidson team was impressive that night. And they had no time to prepare for that game, which Alabama didn't either.
Who was Alabama supposed to play that night?
Colorado State.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Colorado State had to back out for COVID, and they
probably would have lost both those games, right?
Well, probably so. Colorado State's in the tournament, too. The way they played that night, they would have. All right, when we return, Lance is going to give us trash, and we'll keep you updated on all the tournament games. We'll talk about some more of those. Lance Bromberg's, though, they've been in business for a very long time, and you only stay in business that long by doing it the right way.
Yeah, Brown, since 1836, Bromberg's has established that reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registries of brides and grooms in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery 5th Hour. Jimmy Buckets. Available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com. When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental
Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205-542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Trash coming up. Sister Jean, by the way, is back on the sidelines, just in case you're wondering, in this Loyola Ohio State game. Sister Jean is back. How old is she now? 102. I just saw it, 102.
The other night, I was not joking. When we were talking about this team, I asked, living or dead? I thought she was probably dead.
Yeah, that's one of those where I always say this. Well, we would know if she died, Lance. We would have heard, but
I thought I saw that somewhere, but just watching that team make that incredible run, and when she was interviewed and she was always on the, sitting courtside, you just had a feeling, man, this is the last Loyola run she's going to see.
Yep. Well, we'll see. They're a 10 seed this year. You know who I frequently check in on just to see if they're still with us? Is Miss Elsie up there in Monowai, the lady that's the single resident in Monowai, Nebraska. She's just such a sweet lady.
Is she?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Last time I checked, she was. Don't you think that's one of those? If she passes, though, that became kind of
it'll be a national story.
Yeah, I think it'll be a national story.
Then you got nobody in that town.
I know. I mean, I don't know what happens to the town. But
what
she was
would
just
we
such
have
a sweet
to
lady.
pay you to relocate the entire Brown family?
A lot of money.
$2,000 probably.
I mean, it was the first week of March, and they were talking about a historic blizzard. in the first week of March, which I know we get occasionally in a historic blizzard here. And I think the blizzard of 93 was in March, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, how does she take care of herself in that situation? You watch that movie Land with Robin Wright Wright?
Yeah.
And she was out there in the middle of that blizzard. Didn't go well for her.
Yeah. Bear got her food, man. All her canned goods.
They're a tough cut out there, though, man. They deal with it all the time. That's a different breed out there.
It really is.
I mean, they're just used to it. But, I mean, that was one of the reasons you guys actually let me leave a little bit early from Nebraska, because I called you guys. I was like, y'all, they are saying on Nebraska TV, you better get where you need to be for the next 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, there are no so-called dustings in Nebraska.
No. I mean, like when Nebraska was worried about it, I'm like, this boy from Alabama, I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, they literally were telling you that. Get where you need to be. And I was not about to be stuck in a motel in Yankton, South Carolina. No, South Dakota. Yankton, South Dakota. That's where I had to stay, is across the South Dakota border in Yankton.
How were the restaurants?
There was a sports bar, and I walked in. I'll never forget, Alabama and Auburn were playing that night. It was a Wednesday night game, Alabama and Auburn. And I go in, I sit down at the sports bar and order some wings. The wings were just normal sports bar wings. And I said, hey, is there any way I could get that TV on the Alabama-Auburn basketball game? And he goes, buddy, do you know what channel they're even playing on? And I said, I think it's ESPN2. He goes, hang on. And he walks over and he talks to the bar manager, and I could read the bar manager's lips. He goes, what game? Just like that.
Why?
Why? Does he want to watch Alabama and Auburn basketball? But they got it on for me. Good service there at the sports bar in Yankton, South Dakota. Rockstar, will you please reach over there and hit the big button?
6 witches that are in our church. And you know what's strange? 3 of you are in this room right now. We got your first name. We got your last name. We even got an address for one of you. You so much as cough wrong, and I'll expose you in front of everybody in this tent, you stinking witch.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
What happens if you cough wrong? How do you determine a wrong cough?
You're going to get exposed wrong. I'm a witch.
Hey, we're all searching for a little certainty in life. That doesn't stop when it's time to buy a home. Lucky for you, Mortgage Right can provide a secure, seamless pre-approval process that will get you that much closer to owning the home of your dreams. Mortgage Right's pre-approval experts will get you the verification and reassurance you need to master the mortgage process. Plus, with a Mortgage Right pre-approval, you'll know your home buying budget and will be able to shop with confidence. Don't let doubt keep you shut out. Start your home buying journey today at mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. Start first. Trespasser in the area of City Terrace was arrested last Saturday evening after he robbed a man of his cell phone, pushed him, got into the victim's car. The suspect ran into a problem with his attempt to get away.
Got a little problem here.
Couldn't figure out how to get the car into gear.
Oh, is it a 5-speed?
Apparently so.
I would be in trouble too.
Have you ever driven a 5-speed, Rockstar?
I think I was taught one day and I quit.
You know,
when I was like 16.
I would say the percentage of 40 and under is probably less than 10% that drive 5-speed.
Got to be.
Yeah. Like our daughter's generation's Lance, I don't think they'll ever drive one, probably. Mm-hmm. I drove, I had a 5-speed when I was in college. I had a Jeep Cherokee that was a 5-speed. And not long ago, I got behind another one when Jennifer and I were on vacation and in a little rental, and it was a 5-speed, and I remarkably picked it back up pretty quickly.
Yeah, 5 of my first 6 cars were 5-speed.
Really, I think once you learn how to do it, it's just all about getting the feel for where the clutch catches.
I don't think you ever forget it.
Well,
no, I agree.
Also, you talk about kids. This generation, also, your daughter's generation will never have a car that doesn't have a backup camera.
Oh no, absolutely not. They don't know. They don't know how you used to have to.
Yeah,
do that.
I hated that.
I did too.
The backup camera is in every car now.
I still don't really use the backup camera.
Do you not?
I do a little bit.
It makes it so easy.
It does.
I mean, like if you have to back into a parking spot, that backup camera is clutch, man. You see both the little lines right there.
I don't back into parking spots.
Well, I mean, I don't as a practice, but occasionally you have to.
Anyway, dude couldn't figure it out, so he decided to flee on foot. The victim assisted city police with locating the man, later identified as Isaiah Jackson, 33. He was charged with 2 felony counts of robbery. He was processed and held pending arraignment, ultimately related from an Orange County jail with an appearance ticket pending a future court appearance. So really all we got out of this is he ran.
Yeah.
Well, he couldn't drive away because I don't know how to do it.
He's got a car jacket. He's 5-speed. I can't do this. I saw this video of these guys. I'm not going to say it's a genius because it backfired on them, but it was this little rock star where you may have seen the video. It's one of these exit ramps that's a real tight, just one-lane exit ramp. So the car gets over in front of the guy, and they got another car behind him, and he's in this big truck, like a big diesel truck, and they slow down and stop on the exit ramp, and they're going to get out and carjack him, right? So they stop in front of him, and the guy gets out. Two guys get out of the car, and they got guns. So, dude, the diesel truck, you know what he does? Drops the hammer, and he pushes that other car all the way out into the freeway.
Well, are they not shooting at him?
I don't know. I didn't hear the gunfire. I didn't have the volume up. Yeah. Perhaps they are, but he just hammers it, man. He drops the hammer.
Well, that didn't work, Tim.
Yeah, it did not work out
but
well
if you're
at all.
one of those guys and he drops the hammer, do you not start firing immediately?
They were actually, as I remember now on the video, they're actually kind of scattering to get out of the way because they walk up in front of the truck and he drops the hammer, so they got to jump out of the way. He might have run over one of them, which that's what you got coming to you at that point.
No, I agree with
You've
that.
picked that poison.
Hey, a man has left the internet horrified after opening up about his bizarre raw meat diet, which sees him ingesting uncooked animal organs like testicles and brains on a daily basis.
All right, the first thing that jumps out at me when Rockstar pulled the photo up is he's eating without a shirt on, which is a little weird to me.
Yeah, that drink looks good, doesn't it?
I've done it a couple of times.
Does that drink raw eggs? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Weem Brichet, 31 years old, is a health and fitness coach from L.A., received mixed responses online after detailing his controversial eating habits, which he claims have left him looking and feeling better than ever, and also helped him maintain a healthier lifestyle than he ever did while he was following a plant-based diet.
Now, he could go for a waxing. Wouldn't hurt him, but he is pretty well cut up.
You know that necklace pulls on them hairs
I
every
know.
now and then.
Yeah.
Oh, that hurts.
Now, growing up in Lebanon, Weem fell in love with eating raw meat, would often have 5 plates of raw organs per meal as an appetizer.
Ooh, gosh.
What do you think that breath smells like?
Rough.
Weem went on to say, quote, I first made the switch to cooked carnivore after my doctor informed me that I had a lot of inflammation in my digestive and nervous systems. As I adopted this diet, I started reading books about the benefits of meat, and a lot of carnivore doctors eat their raw meat, so I decided to go for it. I'm reading several books on being a carnivore at the moment, and there are no complications to this diet. It's the ultimate elimination diet. Currently, his diet consists of 90% raw meat. He claims to not have experienced any complications thus far. Weem used to eat a 2,400 calorie per day, but now consumes over 4,500 calories a day to help build muscle. Here's what he eats for breakfast. Half pound of raw blended into a smoothie with salt, raw butter, and raw eggs.
Ugh.
Lunch is 2 veal testicles, 1 veal brain, lamb liver, beef heart, beef kidney, beef bone marrow, and raw butter.
I mean, I just got to say, if I'm going to go raw meat, I'm also going to go testicles, right?
You got and both of them. Don't do one.
I'm going to draw the line somewhere.
I mean, the testicle and the brain and the liver all in one sitting, and the kidney. For dinner, he has raw steak slices and butter and an unflavored grass-fed protein shake. That's the best of what he's got is the grass-fed protein
What
shake.
flavor is that? Unflavored. I like that. It's a good
I'll
thickness.
take 2 of those.
Very viscous.
I mean, do you know how chewy a raw steak must be?
Oh, my gosh.
Like, you can get a well-cooked steak that's just not a great piece of meat that's
I don't know
chewy.
how you really swallow it.
I don't either.
So I heard this story the other day, but out of Miami, a visitor to South Florida got a rude awakening when a homeowner told him the house he spent the night in wasn't actually his Airbnb.
Oh, I heard this story. This is crazy.
Paul Drexler had just arrived in Miami to officiate a friend's wedding. After a long day of traveling, he got into what he thought was an unlocked room at an Airbnb around 2 a.m. Quote, I had accidentally got the address wrong going from the Airbnb app into Google and the Uber. The address became the house right next door, Drexler said. Drexler says, in the bedroom, the bed was made and ready to be slept in, and there were 2 clean towels. He thought it was all waiting for him, so he fell asleep, woke up the next morning to a very confused homeowner.
I'm very confused.
Quote, the next morning, I got woken up to by a knock on the door. I was surprised the guy knocked on his own door. He goes, hey, can I help you? This is my house. And I'm like, I'm sleeping. I'm like, no, this is an Airbnb that I rented. He goes, no, this is my house. Now, the homeowner
I got to say, I don't think you're right.
Showed him out, and Drexler found his actual Airbnb right next door.
So I heard this story on a news report, and the way the story was set up, they didn't tell you what had happened. They just told you the situation. Like, one Oregon man awoke to find someone sleeping in his house. He thought it was an Airbnb. So what I thought had happened is somebody had just rented this house out like it was their own. Like, I don't guess you could do that, but...
Well, he's lucky the door was unlocked.
Yeah.
What would he have done? Because I don't know.
I don't know. Have you ever walked into the wrong house? Happened with Tom Brady trying to go to Byron Leftwich's.
It happened to me. I didn't walk in the wrong house. I know Herb did coming to your party one time, right?
Yeah, we had a Christmas party years ago, and Herb came in and was walking around. He said nobody was there. He was confused. Then he started looking at pictures on the wall. Figured, wrong house.
I've gone to the wrong bathroom a couple times. I was at the doctor's office, and I went to the women's room. I was like, there are no urinals, and thank God nobody was in there. I was like, oh my, I'm in the wrong bathroom.
There's a reason there's no urinals. No, I was in our second house, mine and Jennifer's second house. The front door opened up into the living area. Like you walked in the front door, and you were kind of in a little hallway, but it's basically the living area. And I'm just laying on the couch in my underwear and a T-shirt watching TV, and this random dude just walks in. Just walks right in my door. Wrong house.
Key party?
Wrong house, Chief.
So first reported by the San Antonio Express News' Taylor Petaway, police say that an unidentified man visited the town's Walmart on 2 separate occasions in January and February, used a sleight of hand to convince cashiers he'd been shortchanged cash for purchases made at the store. Now, authorities stated the man, quote, quick-changed Walmart staff. It's a technique employed by thieves that involves using large bills to pay for inexpensive items, leading to cashiers counting out a high number of bills in return. The thief then counts the bills back to the cashier while pocketing some of the change, then claims they've been shorted by the employee.
I mean, how much can you make on this, though?
In this case, authorities say the suspect made away with roughly $2,700 through his quick change scheme.
But, I mean, how many times did he have to do it to get $2,700? Like
buying a pack of Freedent for $100.
Wouldn't you think the most you could make off of it would be like $20 a pop?
I would think.
Because they're probably going to give you back 20s, so you're just going to have to pocket one of them. Oh, you shorted me a 20.
That is a lot of work. Police went as far as dubbing the yet-to-be-identified man the David Blaine of local supermarkets.
Oh,
that's a good one, because he's a magician. He's an illusionist.
Quite the compliment. Well, he used to be an illusionist, and then he just started doing
He found the fountain of youth, remember?
He started freezing himself.
Yeah, like I'm going to hang in a block of ice. That's not a magician. That's just a strength. That's a feat of endurance.
I'm thinking of David Copperfield. David Copperfield is the one that found the fountain of youth.
David Copperfield was the one that came up when we used to work
Always
at Jocks.
dressed in black. Most magicians are dressed in black, though, right?
Yeah, when we used to work at Jocks, he came up to be on Rick and Bubba. That's back when they were in our with Cumulus.
Copperfield did?
They were in the same building, yeah. It's a funny story. So Rick and Bubba that day.
I don't remember that.
All right, so this is years ago, Lance. This is back when Jocks was on 690, and you remember Rick and Bubba were in the studio right next to us, right? You remember that?
Yep.
They were on Y94.5, and they were going to have Jeff Gordon on, and David Copperfield. Both were coming in on the same day.
It's a pretty big day.
Yeah, it's a pretty big day for them. So all the Jeff Gordon fans had gotten there to get their cars signed, like their die-cast cars and all that, and all their memorabilia signed. So they're standing out in the parking lot waiting on Jeff Gordon to pull up, and a limo pulls up, and they all surround the limo thinking it's Jeff Gordon. Door opens, the the chauffeur gets out and opens the door. It's David Copperfield, and they all just scatter.
Yeah, true magician, he would have made everybody disappear, right?
Are you Jeff Gordon's assistant?
Copperfield just ducks his head and walks in. It had to be so humiliating for him. I mean, they just scattered. It was like they were so disappointed it wasn't Jeff Gordon.
Finally, we've got dinner facts here on Trash. In 2015, an Australian woman put a bet on a horse at 100 to 1, won $825. She then took a selfie with the winning bet slip, posted it to Facebook. Somebody saw it, put the barcode into an automated betting machine, and stole her winnings.
Oh,
how sucky is that?
What a loser. Not the woman, the dude that stole the money.
You guys know that Oreo has to call the white center cream with an CREME instead of cream with the EA because the FDA does not allow manufacturers to use the word cream to describe a food that contains no cream at all. So what in the hell are we eating?
So they can't call it cream because it's got no cream in it.
We would call it the white stuff?
Yeah. Another dinner fact. Lobsters pee out of their heads. Their bladders are located in their heads, and the pee nozzle is right under their eyes. They pee on each other's faces to communicate.
Talked to Robert today.
You smell like you did.
What did he say? Not much.
He was all pissed off.
If I was to ask you horizontal refreshment, what do you think that means?
Horizontal refreshment. Gee, Lance, I don't know.
19th century slang term for sex.
Okay, that's what I was going to guess.
This term was popular in the 1860s, which means Civil War soldiers were writing home to their sweethearts asking for the deed.
Dearest Magadel,
Magadil?
I was just trying to think of
I've
it.
never heard of a Magadil.
Yes.
I eagerly await to have horizontal refreshment with ye.
Things are great here on the front lines. I cannot stop thinking about you, though.
Boy, they needed nut dust back then, didn't they?
They
So,
ate a lot of stuff.
how long ahead do they have to plan? Because you would think
I don't
in
know, but if
Civil
I'm one of those
War-
sweethearts, you're going to let the junk soak in one of those tubs for a couple of days.
Yeah, we're going to get you rinsed off. Yeah.
And final dinner fact, the word dude actually originated in the 1800s. It was used as an insult to men overly concerned with the latest fashion trends.
He's just a dude.
Jimmy Dude.
No.
I just wore this. Just picked it up.
It's comfortable. It's
Picked
comfy.
it up the other day. That is trash, presented by Mortgage Rate.
Hey, everyone hates a holdup, especially when it comes to buying a new home in such a tight market, but Mortgage Rate can help you get ahead of the traffic by getting you an exclusive underwriting pre-approval. Unlike other lenders, Mortgage Rate doesn't let your documents collect dust. They actually review them because they know the value of delivering a fast and easy pre-approval. Getting pre-approved puts you ahead of the rest when it comes to buying your dream home because it signals to the buyer that you're serious about the purchase and the funds you'll have to back it up. Get the green light to buy when you visit mortgagerate.com/TNR today. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
JM Dog says the Oreo cream is nothing more than Crisco and sugar. My little one, she does not eat the cookie at all. It is all twist.
Well, that's just
Get the
like
cream,
that.
throw
I'm
the
not an
cookie away.
Oreo guy. Do you like Oreos?
I do not like them. I mean, I'll eat them in a pinch.
You like to eat them before you go to the dentist.
I'll tell you what I like more than the standard Oreo is the vanilla Oreo. I think of the two, I like that one more.
I don't like it. Do they still make double stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, they make the major stuff too, like mega stuff.
Mega double stuff.
Yeah.
No, I like the vanilla Oreo, but I don't like the black one. I don't like the chocolate one or whatever. Auburn, Jack State underway. Auburn is up 5-0 already. Jabari Smith with an early 3 in that one. Katie Johnson with the first bucket. So
Well, it was really a shot clock violation on the second possession for Jacksonville State, and Bruce Pearl coming into this tournament said all about defense and rebounding. So good defense possession there for the Auburn Tigers.
do you have it on in there for Scott, Rockstar? Is Forrester able to watch?
We do.
All right, very good. Forrester, an Auburn grad, Auburn fan, so he's watching his team up 5-0 right now. We'll talk about more of the games coming up a little bit later on, a little bit more on Bama and Notre Dame, and we'll also talk to Phillip Pearson, assistant for UAB, joins us from Pittsburgh at 12 o'clock. That is all coming up on The Next Round, presented by Bud Light.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder pulling down the attic ladder? Feel a pop in your elbow working out? Or feeling pain in your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area, affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, to get your life back on track. Your health can't wait. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
It is obviously still very early in Jack State and Auburn. But for all those that were saying, you got to get Jabari Smith the ball and let him score more, Auburn is doing that through the first little bit of the game. Jabari Smith's touched it twice. He scored twice. Jack State up 8-7 on Auburn.
Uh-oh.
What? Gamecocks.
8-7.
Rock Chalk Gamecock. No, they're going to lose this game. Auburn's going to win, but Jacksonville State, they'll put up a fight. Lance, let's look ahead to some of the other games later on tonight. And our look ahead presented by Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, make that phone call today, 969-8100. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, I wore the contacts for almost a decade. I was wasting money on contacts and solution each and every year. Then I finally made the call, went in, got the procedure done. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the phone call that I made. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her The Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with that hassle-free consultation. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. Make the call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, funny line. I'm going to give credit for a funny line in the Farmfolio chat room. Michael says, Brown should be mentioned as a notable alum from Jack State. They only showed two, Randy Owen and Danny Willett.
Well, they didn't want to steal the show.
Matthew says, it was notable alums, not notable attendees.
Yeah, remember you had
That's a good line.
Your celebrity birthday was listed.
Yeah, that's true. That's right, the wrong birthday. Yeah, good line, though. Notable attendees. All right, let's pick up where we left off, Lance. 6:20 tonight. Really, really interesting game. Tough one, I would imagine, to handicap. LSU, Iowa State. So many variables here, one of which is LSU's playing without their head coach.
LSU's just a more talented team. Look, Kevin Nickelberry will be your head coach there, but you've got a lot of talent on that team. So if it comes together, this could be a game that LSU could win easily. When you look at the Cyclones, they've been inconsistent. They're 8-12 in their past 20 games. 12 of their losses this year by 12 or more points. I think you're getting value here. LSU, this number's dipped down to 3.5 in some shops. I like LSU in this spot.
Yeah. Arizona, Wright State, 627 True TV. Another easy win by Arizona.
So the last time Arizona won a national championship, they're only 1997. They came through Birmingham to do it. They beat one of the best regular season teams that I remember watching in Kansas that year, the overall number one seed.
Let me guess. Lute Olson was wearing khaki pants, navy sport coat, red tie, white shirt.
Probably
that was every game.
Miles Simon and Mike Bibby was your backcourt.
That's a pretty good backcourt.
And that was a really good, it was a great backcourt. That was a guards tournament, no doubt. They took it over en route to winning that national championship. That was the last time the Pac-12 has won a national championship.
Get out of town.
25 years ago.
So the last Big Ten national championship is still Michigan State, right?
It is.
Which seems like an eternity ago.
Yeah.
It's been more than a decade now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The last Pac-12 national championship in basketball was Lute Olson's Arizona team, 97.
The last time Arizona was in the NCAA tournament. Now, look, there was some NCAA sanctions to go with this, and I remember where I was watching this game.
Had you been to a Food World?
I was actually a Superior Grill at the bar, but 2018.
That's the last time they were even in the tournament.
Nate Oates in Buffalo as a 13 seed knocked off the 4th seeded Wildcats 89-68.
Wow.
So a little sidebar to that.
The next game on the schedule is UAB Houston. We're going to carry that over to the next hour because Phillip Pearson is joining us. We'll talk a little bit more about UAB Houston after Coach Pearson joins us. Davidson, Michigan State, though, 8:40 CBS. A 10-7 game that is virtually a pick'em.
Bob McKillop, Tom Izzo,
great coaching.
Grizzled veterans. Michigan State lost 7 of their last 10 regular season games. The interesting thing here, Davidson's leading scorer, Foster Lawyer, probably means nothing to you.
It does not mean a thing to me.
He's averaging a little over 16 points per game. The interesting fact here, played his first 3 years at Michigan State.
Oh, interesting. That is. You know, one of the things that blew my mind was when we discovered, I think it was in Alabama played Davidson, that Wimp told us he actually coached against Bob McKillop. Think about that. When Wimp was at Alabama, I think they played Davidson and Bob McKillop. That's how long that guy has been coaching at Davidson.
He's been there a while.
But he's such a respected coach. It's weird.
Yeah.
Don't you agree? It's weird that he stayed there that long.
No doubt.
I mean, Coach Steph Curry, but beyond that, he's been well respected. You teased that I don't know if you're just screwing with me or if you think Colgate's got a legit shot at Wisconsin. 850 TBS, 14-3 game.
I think they do. You know, the problem is Wisconsin's got a lot of size. When you look at Wisconsin, they lost back-to-back games. They're coming into this tournament losing consecutive games for the first time the entire year. Colgate really bad early this season, but they've won 19 in the last 20. They've won 15 straight. They've got 5 players averaging double figures right now. I think Colgate getting 7.5 here. I think they believe they can win this game.
And then how about TCU Seton Hall, an 8-9 game, as you might imagine, virtually a pick'em. That's the late game tonight, 8:57 True TV.
It's going to be low scoring.
Yeah.
Seton Hall's won 8 of the last 10. TCU, Jamie Dixon's defense only gives up 65 points per game. That is a very difficult game to handicap.
Yeah. As they do every day, Champies has brought you this hour of the next round. Alabaster Highway 119. Blues, Brews, and Bird. It is Champies, champieschicken.com for more information. champieschicken.com. All right, we got a lot more tournaments to talk about. In fact, we'll begin to look ahead to some of the next round matchups that we already know about as we continue to talk about this first round. Auburn out 11-8 on Jack State. We're approaching midway through the first half of play, so an entertaining game there. Phillip Pearson will join us, the assistant coach for the UAB Blazers. He is up in Pittsburgh as UAB gets ready tonight up in Pittsburgh to take on Houston. We'll talk with Coach P about that and get Lance's thoughts on UAB Houston. All of that in the final hour of the week on the next round, and that starts next.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Beef O'Brady's is the perfect place for food and fun. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Visit the 280 location. The Grove in Hoover, just off 459 in that great Helena location. My friend Bradley and I were in the 459 location at the Grove. He loved that Amarillo Firecracker Burger, Angus Tampa smoked bacon, fried jalapenos, pepper jack cheese, and the sweet jalapeno aioli. On the suggestion of our server, I got the Angus cheeseburger wrap. All your favorite cheeseburger ingredients wrapped in a flour tortilla. Our lunch was terrific. Yours will be as well. Try those items or any other items on the Beef O'Brady's menu. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for food and fun.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. A number of years ago, I could not tell you how much a good night's sleep helps your performance. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round, because I wasn't getting a great night's sleep. I am now, and it's thanks to the expert outfitters at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters nearest you and do what my wife and I did. Go into the store, answer a few simple questions, and in mere moments, they've got you laying on a bed, finding the best one for you. For us, it was the Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress, and we absolutely love it. It could not have been easier. And right now, when you head into Sleep Outfitters, you can take advantage of the Spring Super Sale. Get any size Sealy for the twin size price on all Sealy Outfitters and Posturepedic spring mattresses. Full queens and even kings start at $299 with 0 interest for up to 6 months on approved credit. Tempur-Pedic and Stearns & Foster mattresses start at just $25 a month. Get incredible free gifts with qualifying purchases valued up to $300 and get free delivery and setup with any purchase $599 and up. That's right now in the Spring Super Sale at Sleep Outfitters. Find a Sleep Outfitters near you when you visit sleepoutfitters.com. Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we're headed up to Pittsburgh momentarily to talk with UAB assistant basketball coach Phillip Pearson about UAB and Houston tonight. Jacksonville State is up early on Auburn, 17-11. The Gamecocks, about midway through the first half, have come to play in this one. 21-14, Ohio State leads Loyola of Chicago. You can submit your T-shirt ideas. NextRoundLive.com. We're going to pick a T-shirt and make it. You get to do the design, Lance, and we'll sell it to all the Next Round family. It's presented by New Life Art.
Yeah, submit your design and win. It's that simple. Go to nextroundlive.com. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art, bringing you those memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call today, 1-800-735-2787, or go online, danielmooreart.com.
All right, let's head up to Pittsburgh. Late tonight, UAB taking on the Cougars of Houston. Assistant coach for the Blazers, Coach Phillip Pearson, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Coach? How you doing?
Hey, man, I'm good. I'm just sitting over here in the hotel, just a couple blocks away from the arena, and I was watching the Ohio State game, but I saw that Auburn score flip on, so I'm going to try to find that one.
That's right. You'll find that one on True TV, Coach. Jacksonville State. You know, I went to school at Jacksonville State. They called me. Ray Harper did. Asked me, you know, for some tips. I told them a few things, and there they are up 3 early.
Yeah, I hear you putting your coaching to work.
Yeah, I put my coaching hat on. Hey, you've been involved in a number of NCAA tournaments, and I'm assuming you've had different start times. How tough is it to be one of the latest teams going, where you've watched all the Thursday action, you've watched all the Friday action, and finally you get to play? Is that a tough spot or a good spot?
Well, I think it's a little bit of both. Probably more good than bad, to be honest with you. I've been in, you know, all kind of different circumstances with it. We were, you know, kind of quietly hoping to be a Friday game. We had 3 games out there in Dallas over the weekend, came back Sunday morning. And so we were, you know, kind of taxed a little bit, maybe, if that's the right word, from playing those 3 games in a row. So we were happy to see Friday pop up. But it does make for a long wait in the hotel. You know, we're going to tip off tonight, I think, at 9:20 Eastern, they're saying. So that does make for a long day, but glad to be playing on Friday. So a little bit of both.
You know, the Houston team's obviously got a lot of experience going to a Final Four last year. They played great defense, allowing the 4th fewest points in college basketball right now, under 59 points per game. But have you guys gone against a team that rebounds like Houston?
Man, I don't know. I mean, they're plus 6 or 7 on the glass, and they're long and they're athletic, and I was just looking at the game notes here in the hotel, and Kelvin Sampson, he's been around for a game or two. He's 696 wins and 339 losses in his career. So this isn't his first rodeo. So we're looking forward to playing. They're awfully good. They rebounded, as you mentioned, and they're really going to guard you. So we're going to have to figure out a way to score the ball tonight, no doubt about it.
Is there anybody you've played this year, Coach, that you look at that and say, okay, there's some similarities there. We can, you know, dig back in our minds to the scout we had against so-and-so. There's some similarities there.
Well, you know, probably, Ryan, to be honest with you, we played them twice in North Texas, you know, and they were a slower-paced team as far as the tempo is concerned. But, man, they really guarded you and really good in the half court. And that's what you're going to see from Houston. They're not one of these teams that's going to press you and turn into a racehorse kind of game. But, man, inside of about 25 feet, they are going to be up in your face and harassing you. And everywhere you look, man, you're going to feel like there's about 6 or 7 guys on the court tonight for Houston. There's no doubt about it.
Obviously, for you guys to pull the upset and make a run in this tournament, Jelly's got to be on. I mean, he's a guy that can take a game over. But outside of Walker, I mean, a game like this specifically against Houston, how important is a guy like Trey Jemison to stay out of foul trouble?
Well, it's going to be critical. And, you know, Trey's been an awfully good player for us this year and had some times where he's had some fouls and having to deal with fouls and that sort of thing. But, you know, we're going to have to rebound this ball. And so, obviously, for us to keep Trey at 6'10" or 11 in the game, that's going to be huge key for us tonight. There's no doubt about that.
Jelly Walker, I love his attitude. You see him in the interviews. It is a fantastic attitude, and I'm sure it translates to the locker room. But, you know, I mean, you know this, Coach. You played at Alabama. Guys that transfer in, sometimes they don't get that respect because they haven't been part of the program that long. Give me an insight into Jelly Walker in that locker room, because the type of attitude he has to be infectious.
Well, he's got a great personality. We all can see that. I think, you know, everybody's seen that, quite frankly, around the country now with the attention that he's gotten. He was the Conference USA Player of the Year, and then he was the tournament MVP as well. So this guy just has a great attitude. But I tell you what else he has, just inside the walls of Bartow Arena, he's got a great work ethic. And I don't know that there's a harder worker on our team. And he spends a lot of hours in that gym and kind of perfecting his craft. And you know, he's earned what he's got, and that's for sure. And he's had a great year and certainly a great finish to his year, which has been very important to us, obviously.
Yeah, it has been fun to watch. There's absolutely no doubt. Coach, we'll let you get back to watching these games. Some pretty good ones going on right now, and hope yours is over early tonight with UAB in a easy lead.
Well, we're looking forward to it. I tell you, man, what we need Jelly and Mike Earl and those guys. You kind of alluded to it. You know, if we can step up and make shots and make some early, man, that would go a long way towards giving us a chance to win this basketball game. It's going to be tough, but we're looking forward to it.
Yep. Coach, thanks a lot. Fun talking with you. Take care.
Okay, y'all take care.
All right, that is Phillip Pearson, the assistant basketball coach there at UAB in Houston tonight, up in Pittsburgh. I guess, you know, if a team's really good at rebounding, Lance, the best way to neutralize that's not miss a lot of shots, right?
Yeah, and
if you're making shots.
I bring up Trey Jemison. You know, he's a 7-footer, and he's just been in so much foul trouble recently, so the minutes have really been limited. But he is, to me, I mean, Jordan Walker's the guy that drives this whole train.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we've seen some incredible performances in this tournament already. But Jordan Walker's one of these guys that probably needs to go 25-plus tonight, and Jemison's got to stay out of foul trouble.
Yeah, is there off the beaten path guy that after one day you say, hey, this guy could become one of the stories of the tournament? Like, is there a singular player that you saw yesterday that you're like, hey, this guy – if they can go on a run, this specific player can be kind of the story of the tournament.
Well, watching Teddy Allen last night, I don't know if you watched him, and he was chirping nonstop.
The officials at the end of the game basically had to talk to him and say, you got to calm this down.
But 37 points in college basketball is the equivalent of going 50-plus in the NBA. And that's what he did last night in UConn. And he single-handedly, UConn continued to kind of just creep back, and you know, they took the lead for a second. But Teddy Allen completely took that game over. Could not miss from the stripe, 13-13. But he's one of those guys moving forward against Arkansas. I think New Mexico State could be one of these double-digit seeds that makes second weekend.
Yeah, but Jordan Jelly Walker, he's got a great nickname. He's got a great game. He's got a good personality. He's fun to interview. I mean, if UAB gets on one of these unconscious runs, he's a guy that could be the star of this tournament.
It could be, yeah.
And, I mean, I don't know that they could do that.
Again, just such a difficult path for UAB. I mean, when you're a 12 seed, this is what happens. But if they're fortunate enough to pull off the upset tonight, more than likely they play Illinois. They win that game, get to a Sweet 16. They're playing Arizona.
Am I right? The 12s were 2-1 yesterday, though, weren't they?
They were.
Yeah. I mean, normally the odds, I bet, would tell you it's almost a 50-50 proposition, 12s beating 5s. I mean, they're probably going to be 2-2 in most tournaments. I don't know what it is historically.
Historically, going into yesterday, it was 93-51, which is not bad.
No, it's not. I bet you over the last decade it's a lot
94
closer.
and 53 now.
Yeah. I bet you over the decade, though, over the last decade or the last 15 years, I bet you that gap has closed immensely.
I don't even think I had a 12. Yeah, I did. I had the wrong 12. I had, like you, I had Indiana beating St. Mary's.
I did, too. I got UAB tonight.
Richmond won. Well, yeah, you had UAB. Yeah. It'd be hard to believe 3 12s knock off 5s.
It'd be hard to believe that. Yeah. I would agree 100%. Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, flushing right, you know disaster could strike at any moment. We suggest you call our guys Adam and Chad, the team at Hemp Hill Services. They are the ones we trust because they've been doing it for a long time. They do it right, and they do it at a fair price. Hemp Hill Services, the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, call now, 205-229-2090, or just remember that number for when trouble strikes, 205-229-2090. Jacksonville State, you got to give them credit, Lance. They haven't been intimidated early. They came to play in this game. They're up 21-18, nearing the 7-minute mark of the first half.
Yeah, and I think Dunaway's got Jacksonville State.
He does indeed.
Yep.
I mean, right now, what was it? What was it like? 15? Dunaway's up 18 points right now, isn't he?
No, he was 1-9 yesterday. He's due today, which could be good for me because he's on 3 of my games.
He is.
He looks good in Ohio State early.
Yeah.
And he looks good in Jack State.
I mean, we talked about coming into this game, Jacksonville State's outside shooting, one of the best in terms of shooting from the outside as far as field goal percentage in the entire country. They're 50% from beyond the arc right now. At 5 of 10. I mean, that's the type of game they've got to have to win this game, right? I mean, if I told you they were 50% for the game, Auburn's got some issues. 50% from beyond the arc. I mean, the way they're going to shoot it. Again, Auburn's got some serious. Jalen Gibbs has been on fire.
Bruce emphasized it's all about defensive rebounding once we get to this point.
Yeah. Well, again, one way to combat rebounding is you don't miss a ton of shots. And Jacksonville State 8 of 18 early. So that'll continue to play out. But JSU, obviously not intimidated.
Loyola is a tough team to watch, by the way. It's like this every year. They've got 18 points at halftime. Just watching that offense.
Is that all they've got? What is the score?
I mean, it really is like watching a team from the 1950s. It's 23-18, Ohio State at half.
So they don't let you score a lot, and they don't score a lot.
Yeah, but a 5-point lead is the equivalent of a double-digit lead right now.
That's a good point because they're just not going to score that much at all. 23-18. That is rough to watch. You're right. I mean, Porter Moser kind of established a style there, and they've just stuck with that style, haven't they?
Well, that's a tough one to watch. Montana State and Texas Tech. The next game off, of course, Alabama. If they can advance over Notre Dame, gets the winner of that one. We talked about it earlier. I think Lance really likes Texas Tech in that one. All right, we'll take some of your phone calls as well. 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923. I do want to touch on some of the NFL stuff. So we talked so much basketball today. We'll continue talking about the games. The Davante Adams trade came out of left field for me. We had always said that Aaron Rodgers was not going to re-sign unless Green Bay had taken care of Davante Adams. And now Schefter is reporting, and I think Ian Rappaport as well, that in all of the negotiations, Aaron Rodgers was well aware that they had no intention of bringing Davante Adams back.
Which, again, doesn't make a lot of sense.
I mean,
unless Aaron Rodgers says, hey, I love these two, and I seriously doubt he spent a ton of time watching college football, unless he's like, hey, we've got 4 picks in the top 60. These are 2 guys that can be immediate impact guys as rookies, like Jamar Chase was, like Justin Jefferson was a couple of years ago.
But a lot of people, and I know you don't like Aaron Rodgers, so you say this sometimes half-jokingly, there are a lot of people who are saying the reason Aaron Rodgers didn't care is this was all about Aaron Rodgers. It had nothing to do with the Packers. It had nothing to do with Davante Adams.
Well, more importantly, is this Davante Adams giving a middle finger to Aaron Rodgers? We always heard they had a great, relationship. I understand Davante Adams is going back to play with his college quarterback in Derek Carr now in Las Vegas. But this is extremely strange when you've got an opportunity to win a Super Bowl in Green Bay. Davante has yet to do that. He's going to make a ton of money. It was a little upset with the Packers weren't going to make him the highest paid wide receiver in the game. But do you take a little less money to stay with the known, which is the favorite in the NFC, or do you go to the loaded AFC West where you are favored to actually come in fourth of 4 in that division?
That AFC West, though, Lance, is incredible with all you've got out there. I mean, Davante Adams is we thought as good a receiver as there is in the NFL. It's not a slam dunk. He's the best receiver even in that division right now.
Oh, I would agree.
I mean,
you've got Keenan Allen, Mike Williams just on the Chargers.
Tyreek Hill.
Tyreek Hill. We're not going to say that.
I think you got to include Travis Kelce in this discussion.
I was going to say we're not going to say Kelsey's a receiver.
He's not, but he catches the ball all the time.
Most dangerous targets.
Yeah. Davante Adams was phenomenal, but he's not even slam dunk the best receiver in the division now.
And again, with Sutton and Judy and Patrick, it's hard to tell how good those guys really are because they haven't had a quarterback yet.
Yeah. And that's the other thing.
I still would say Davante's probably the best receiver in that division.
Probably so, but it's not a slam dunk. Yeah. Russell Wilson has been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. He's sure not the best quarterback in that division anymore.
But Davante's production is going to drop.
Oh, I think so. Yeah. I don't think Derek Carr and he are going to have the same type of relationship, even though they played college ball together. They're not going to have the same type of relationship that you had with he and Aaron Rodgers. He and Aaron Rodgers, they thought alike. They were the same person. It came out of left field to me. I had absolutely no clue that this is where they were going. John Rothstein reporting the Florida basketball job. You watched this guy last night. You tell me what you think of this hire. Florida zeroed in on, which when Rothstein or somebody words it this way, and Gary Parrish is following it up now saying it is a done deal. Todd Golden, the San Francisco head basketball coach. By the way, he was part of Bruce Pearl's staff at Auburn early on. Todd Golden, the Florida hire from San Francisco, is probably...
Well, you wouldn't have thought that he would be the guy coming out of that game last night, right?
Yeah, because Murray State, that guy is the guy everybody wants, apparently. But do you think this has more to do with what he's done at San Francisco or what, or the fact that...
I think there's a relationship there.
No. I was going to ask you, though, are we to the point where we being basketball teams in the Southeastern Conference start hiring Bruce Pearl guys because of what he's done at Auburn?
Oh, I get you.
I wonder if it's what he's done at San Francisco.
Possibly.
You look at what he's done at San Francisco, it doesn't blow you away, Lance.
Just watching that game, I've only seen San Francisco play now twice.
Yeah.
And last night it was pretty much a bouye, get your shot and take it.
Yeah.
And some of the shots he took last night weren't great shots.
He
made some of those shots.
Listen, he's 22-12, 9-7 in conference, 11-14, 4-9 in conference, 24-10, 10-6 in conference. West Coast Conference is a good basketball conference.
Those numbers don't blow you away, though.
No, they don't blow you away. And traditionally, it's been, I know it's a long time ago, but San Francisco was a great program back in the day.
Yeah, historically. I mean, you're right. It's been a long time ago. One trip to the tournament, and they lost last night. And, I mean, just a record 57-36. He's got one game above 500 in conference. I mean, the numbers just don't blow your socks off. So that's why I'm asking you. I think this has got to be more about a relationship, the fact that he's a Bruce Pearl disciple, basically. Yeah. And you've seen what Bruce has done at Auburn. You're trying to catch that. I don't know. Maybe not.
I just wouldn't think that Florida would go that far down. But
yep. Well, that's
I
the
guess
reports.
Everything for Florida is going to be a reach right now.
That's the reports. Pete Thamel on it, too, now. So it's obviously out. Todd Golden going to be the next coach for the Florida Gators coming over from San Francisco. But if you're a guy like
Andy Enfield, who's spent time in Florida with
Florida Gulf Coast, yeah.
He's done a really good job with what was a rat basketball program in USC.
Yeah, it has never been good.
Would you not try to make a run on him?
I would have at least gauged
his
interest.
Him, by the way, your conference hasn't won a national championship in 25 years.
Well, I would have gauged his interest just based on the fact, too, Lance, that he was recruiting the Florida area, right? I mean, when he's at Florida Gulf Coast, I'm sure he's still got the inroads to those Florida high schools.
And had good athletes.
Yeah, I mean, he had a fantastic team. So, yeah, I would have gauged that, and maybe he did, or maybe they did, and he said no. I don't know. This guy's 36, though. So if you've hit a home run here with Todd Golden, you got him at a good age, man. You keep him for a long time. All right, we'll come back on the next round. It is presented by Bud Light. We'll get to your phone call, 734-0923, 734-0923. Talk more about the games, not just tonight, but what we've got already coming up in the next round. That's next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
I don't know about you guys, but this warm weather has me excited about getting outside again. I'm Jim Dunaway from the next round, and now is the perfect time to let our friends at Wayne's give your lawn the TLC it needs to get you prepared for that barefoot good summer lawn of your dreams. And right now, they're offering their best deal of the year, giving you your first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement. First month free, and they'll take care of mosquitoes, fleas, and ticks as well. Call 866-WAYNES1 or online at callwaynes.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they're opening their 10th office location in Central Alabama this month. To find your agent, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from the Next Round here to tell you that Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I've lost 13 pounds in just 3 weeks. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
If you missed my NCAA tournament package, we're at lanceslock.com. We are guaranteeing a winning tournament. Don't worry, because we still have our guaranteed full refundable day of packages available. Stay tuned to Lance's Lock on Twitter or check in each day of the tournament at lanceslock.com for information on how you can get that day's plays. We either win for you or you get your money back guaranteed. Win with us for the NCAA tournament at lanceslock.com. Again, go online. It is guaranteed this NCAA tournament, lanceslock.com.
Summer of 2022. It's time to do something new. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
All right, we gave you some of these picks earlier. If you want to fade Dunaway, some of these games, one has already tipped, two have already tipped, in fact. He liked Jacksonville State, which right now looks pretty good. I mean, it's early. Gamecocks have led a good bit. They're down 4 right now, just before the half. Likes Cal State Fullerton, and he likes Texas to cover. On the money line, he likes USC, Ohio State. That game is already tipped, but it looks good. And Alabama, which many of you absolutely hated. The boys in the back are the most talented people on earth. Scott Forrester, Rockstar, and John Lunsford. They already have come up with a T-shirt idea. This was not submitted in the New Life Art Contest, but how about a Fade Dunaway T-shirt? You like that one?
Yeah. I mean, you wear that to a casino, you go on a heater.
Right this way, sir.
Yes. The Fade Dunaway T-shirt. We may put those in the store at some point. Let's put them in the store and not tell Dunaway.
No, that's a good-looking shirt, too.
Yeah, it is a good-looking shirt.
Dunaway, I love it just because his name's on it.
Yeah. Oh, you guys did that while I was going?
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, so Lunsford, I just went and checked. Lady Bird is in second place in our bracket. Lady Bird went 13-3 yesterday. Why didn't I just have Lady Bird fill mine out for me?
So the way Lady Bird picked was a quarter of a treat at a time, right?
Yeah, so there was a team in each hand, each individual game, and she went to what treat she felt, and that's how she picked. She was 13-3 yesterday. Again, 7-9.
Lance went 7-9. His dog, who doesn't even know what a basketball is, went 13-3.
I'm going to turn over Lance's luck to her.
In case you missed it earlier, Lance's actual luck is USC. I don't know who Lady Bird went with in that game, but Lance likes USC.
I don't know. I need to check her bracket out, though.
The Lady Bird bracket?
Yep.
Let's talk about some of these games. Oh, real quick. Rockstar, tell us before we talk about the games that we already know are upcoming in the next round. Obviously, we will not have a live show before then. We're going to get Lance's thoughts on some of these upcoming games in round number 2. Rockstar tells us about his guy.
And my guy is Adam Mestre at MD Realty, who is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Thank you very much, Rockstar. Auburn and Jacksonville State with an excellent game going on. First half, I should say, of play there. 33-27, Auburn with the lead. A yucky game. There is nothing great about Loyola, Chicago, and Ohio State. Ohio State, though, up 5 at the half in that one. We already know some second-round matchups based on the games, of course, yesterday. We talked a little bit about this earlier, Lance. The way North Carolina played in that game against Marquette, biggest blowout in an 8-9 game ever. Baylor a little bit banged up, too. That 8-1 matchup, first game out of the chute tomorrow on CBS in the Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas. That's a game Baylor's got to worry about.
Yeah, well, look, Baylor's traditionally one of these great long teams that can rebound as well. But what North Carolina's doing on the boards, and Norfolk How do we say it, Rocky?
Norfolk.
They only had 38 boards against Norfolk, the Spartans, yesterday. Right. And North Carolina was just dominant on the boards against Marquette. One of the reasons they had the most lopsided ever 8-9 matchup. This North Carolina team, I guess, you can't deny they're just getting better and better, and they're playing with a ton of confidence. I mean, 95 points. And you saw what they did on Duke's court in Durham. I mean, how many points? They were right at 90 in that one, right?
Yeah. You'll have to help me on this. I think there were 97 in that one, if I'm not mistaken. You'll have to help me on this.
But the front court, man, Baycott, what he's able to do, he's been a double-double machine. Manic, you've seen the guy
Duke
play.
Can shoot the eyes out of it when he's hot, man.
And he's one of these transfers. We talk about transfer impacts, and a guy that played at Oklahoma for 3 years before that, he comes in, he had 28 yesterday and 11.
You'll have to help me on this, but Baylor is the 1 seed. Playing 8 seed North Carolina is only a 5.5-point favorite. Is that pretty small for an 8-1?
I think I said that number would be 7. I think Cryer being out affects that a little bit, and the way North Carolina has played as of late. I think I play North Carolina plus 5.5 there.
The second game of the day tomorrow, we're not even done with today, obviously, but the second game of the day tomorrow is Creighton, Kansas.
Is that the early game, though, Baylor, North Carolina?
Yeah, it's the very first game out of the chute on Saturday, 11:10 tip. The whole nation will get it, as they will these first 2 games. Creighton, Kansas, 9 seed, 1 seed. Now, we got the injury to Creighton. That is an issue in that one.
That number's got to be 13.
The Creighton, Kansas number is 11.5. Kansas 11.5.
I knew it'd be double
Opened
digits.
At 10, up to 11.5.
Yeah.
So you don't give Creighton much of a shot at all.
I don't give Creighton much of a shot. Look, they battled last night. They were down 14 in that game. They came back. They found a way to beat San Diego State in overtime. We talked about it before the show today. A horrific final possession from San Diego State.
Yeah, not a good one.
But, I don't trust Creighton at all. I think Kansas moves on.
4:15 CBS, third game of the day from up in Indianapolis. Michigan, 11 seed. Tennessee, 3 seed. The point spread in that game, if you'll give me 2 seconds,
Tennessee,
is
5.5.
6. Tennessee is favored 6 in that game over Michigan.
Everybody in the world's going to be on Tennessee. That's a dangerous game for Tennessee. Michigan's hitting their threes, and Michigan, they have got a mismatch on that interior with Dickinson.
Yeah, Tennessee's been such a good defensive team, especially lately.
Yeah, and how erratic Michigan can play, Tennessee should be able to force a lot of turnovers, maybe get some easy buckets in transition. I still think Tennessee is playing as well as anybody in college basketball. I've got them playing for the national championship. That's a good spot for you to be in, because if you can get Tennessee out of this thing with Michigan.
Then we're almost back on even ground because of Iowa. Even though I got Tennessee, I got them losing to Villanova.
Yeah.
So, that would be very, very helpful to me. There's no doubt about that. 5-10 TNT, 12-seed Richmond, who knocked Iowa out, is playing 4-seed Providence, and this is pretty skinny number 2. Providence favored 2.5.
Ed Cooley, well, they were only favored 2 over South Dakota State. Nobody's going to give them credit.
I mean, man, they're in a battle every night.
I really believe people will play Richmond in this spot here. You watched Richmond, how efficient they were against a bad Iowa defense yesterday. But, I think people probably play Richmond here. Providence, I couldn't pull the trigger. I knew Providence was, and again, they've got to get past Richmond, but I just had this feeling they were going to get to the Sweet 16 because everybody was discounting them as a 4 seed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope the guy that on Twitter told me I should have known better because Richmond's a really good team. I hope he's all over them as they take on
I think some people
Providence.
Will be. I think Providence wins this game. I think Providence moves on. Ed Cooley gets what has become a kind of a magical season for the Friars. I think they move on to the Sweet 16.
6:10 TBS. Tomorrow night up in Portland, St. Mary's 5 seed, UCLA 4 seed. UCLA just squeaked by. They are a 2.5-point favorite in this one.
Johnny Juzang at UCLA, with Tiger at point, but they've got to be better. I mean, this is a team that's got experience from a Final Four run last year. They were just lethargic last night. They turned the basketball over. They weren't good against Akron. And St. Mary's just was on cruise control that entire game. Did you give me the number on that?
I would say 2.5.
Okay. UCLA 2.5, right?
Yeah, UCLA's favored 2.5 in that one.
I like St. Mary's. At least early.
A 6:45 CBS game. Murray State, St. Peter's. Murray State favored 8.5 in that one.
Murray State's a team now that's got 31 wins on the season.
They do, 31-2.
There's no way St. Peter shows up back-to-back. I mean, 15s just don't go to the second weekend.
So Murray State, I mean, this guy is going to walk to a head coaching job. He's about to get a team to a 16, the Sweet 16.
Hey, and guess what? In the Sweet 16, I think Murray State, there's a good chance they go to the Elite 8.
Yeah, help me remember. Who else do they have past that?
So you've got Texas, Virginia Tech winner, and then Purdue, Yale winner.
I mean, that's a doable road for them, isn't it?
Trust Purdue.
You know,
and Virginia Tech is that team if they can get on a roll.
Murray State, and this is what Matt McMahon, who is the coach there at Murray State, is trying to do. As good a basketball history as they have, and they got a really good basketball history, right? The Racers do. They've never been to the Sweet 16. I don't know if that surprises you or not.
I would have said 2 or 3 Sweet 16, never further.
They've advanced in the tournament. They've been to the tournament a good bit. They've advanced 3, 6, 7 times, but they've never advanced to the Sweet 16.
Wow.
So here you go. You get your first chance ever to get a team in the Sweet 16. This guy is being mentioned for almost every job opening. Florida has made a hire with Todd Golden from San Francisco, so the Florida job is off the board. But man, if this guy can get him to the Sweet 16, look out. I mean, he'll get one of these jobs, don't you think? He's not going to be the Murray State coach next year.
He's on everyone's short list right now.
Yeah, everybody's short list. And let him get him to the Sweet 16 for the first time in school history. He will definitely get a gig out of that. New Mexico State, Arkansas. I don't know what you thought of Arkansas last night. We've actually not even talked about that game. First of all, let's stop there. What did you think of what Arkansas did last night?
Look,
I mean, that was a tough spot for them.
Found a way to win.
Vermont?
Vermont can score.
Yeah.
And Vermont, charged out early and then charged back late. J.D. Notae, we've talked about this, is a guard that can take this tournament over, but now he's going against Teddy Allen, Teddy KGB.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tremendous matchup, man.
Yeah.
I think
Arkansas is favored by 6 in this one.
New Mexico State wins the game.
Oh, they beat Arkansas.
I think they do.
Really? Arkansas favored 6.
How far do you have Arkansas going?
I've got so much going on.
You got the Zags beating them. So you got them winning one more game.
Yeah, I got them winning one more game.
That'd be big for me because I had UConn beating Arkansas.
That'd be helpful to you. And then the nightcap tomorrow night, 8:40 on TBS. You've got Memphis taking on the 1-seed Gonzaga, and you would think Gonzaga's favored how much in this one?
Gonzaga is going to be an 8-point favorite.
10.5. They opened 12 down to 10.5.
Well, I probably would lean Memphis here, but 10.5 tells me Gonzaga will find a way to move forward. Jalen Duren can be the difference, though, for Memphis. You heard Doug Gottlieb earlier on the next round today talk about they haven't seen athletes like this in the West Coast Conference. And that's true.
Well, that's 100%
When you
true.
watch Memphis, man, they've just got a ton of athletes. And again, Duren is getting better and better. True freshman. They win this game, and he dominates down low with Timmy and Holmgren. There's a chance he could become a lottery guy.
I mentioned earlier, give Jacksonville State credit. They weren't overwhelmed to start this game. They led a lot of the first half. Give Auburn credit. They're just the better basketball team. And they started playing like it, Lance. It's a 12-point game at the half. Auburn 39, Jacksonville State 27. You get the feel, at least just watching this game, Auburn took over the momentum at the end of that half. One thing Auburn has struggled with is historically this season is coming out of the locker room and playing with that same intensity. If they do that right now, this game's over quick.
I think you have to, man. It's the NCAA tournament, and if I'm Bruce, I tell these guys, look, let's get in here. Let's crush Skull for 10 minutes. We'll get some other guys in this game. Let's go up 25 points in this game, and let's set our focus, get a little rest and get ready for round of 32. Let me say this, too. I believe in the jinx. You know that.
Yep.
Dunaway has started out 1-0. I have started out 1-0. This Ohio State-Loyola game is over.
Ooh.
They just took an 11-point lead.
Well, I mean, that's like 22, though, to your point, the way Loyola scores.
Really probably 15, 16-point lead, and Loyola's just completely off today, which is good. I mean, I've got Loyola in my bracket, but I think you do too, right?
Yeah, I got them winning this game. John Zener, Associated Press, covers sports for the Associated Press. How many triple-doubles do you think there have been in NCAA tournament history? Do you know?
Oh, I bet Oscar Robertson had a bunch.
I mean, a triple-doubles, it's hard to pull off, much less in the NCAA tournament.
I would say there has been 17.
9. There's only been 9.
Oscar Robertson, some of those?
I don't know. He doesn't list them, but he does say that Walker Kessler has a shot at one, and he says it would be the 10th.
Kareem has had some.
Probably.
The Big O's had some. Maybe Tim Duncan, maybe?
Maybe so, yeah. Walker Kessler, 9.6 boards, 4 blocks in the first half. He's going to have to go on the blocks, but, I mean, he's well on his way to at least a double-double with points and rebounds.
Again, where that score sits, look, they're only up 12. I mean, Jack State can come out and get on an 8-0 run, but if it goes the other way, if Auburn can get up comfortably, do you not give these guys a little bit of rest?
Oh, I think you have to, yeah. You got to keep your feet under you. You got to play a game a couple days from now.
Because I was watching Few, and, look, that was a tight game for the first 25 to 30 minutes. But when Gonzaga really started to pull away, they started talking about Chet Holmgren might have an opportunity for a triple-double. And I thought they left him in a little too late, till about the 5-minute mark, or a little under that.
And you wonder if that comes back to bite you, right?
Well, you just don't want to get somebody hurt.
You don't. You don't want to get somebody hurt, and you got to keep their legs under them. There's no doubt about that. When we come back,
we're going to switch gears just a little bit to college football, all right? Alabama is in spring break right now. When they return, they will be back in spring practice. Bama Central gave us five Alabama players that need to have a big spring. We'll discuss those when we return. Lance, gutter cap keeps you off that ladder and keeps you in the game.
Look, if you want to, it's raining outside right now, you want to keep your gutters clean and free-flowing, the answer is gutter cap. It's a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep everything out. You never have to get on that dangerous ladder again. Call 823-2212. That's 823-2212. Chris Stewart, tell him the next round sent you 45% off the retail price. Cap it, don't snap it. Guttercapbirmingham.com.
Five players that need a big spring for the Crimson Tide to show that they still got something in the tank. We'll discuss that when we return on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer. And one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, it's Rockstar for Way to Wellness, and I'm here with my coworker and friend Reed Taylor. And I just wanted to ask Reed, how much weight have you lost during this weight loss program?
11 pounds.
Whoa! That sounds great, Reed. Why don't you sit down and rest those pipes for a second? At Way to Wellness, Leslie and her team have taught us how to go about reaching our goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold us accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. You did so good.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Rockstar, what would you guess most of the discussion in that break was about just now? Lance did not leave the studio, nor did I.
Something about brackets.
Which bracket?
Somebody went 7 and 9 yesterday.
No.
Ladybird.
Nope. Women's bracket. We're back on the women's bracket here. What are we doing here, Lance?
I'll tell you what I've got pending right now.
Pending?
I've
Yeah,
never seen anything like this.
I have basically done a drive-by on my bookmaker today. Let's see. So we've got Louisville minus 36.5.
Right.
I will not watch one basket.
Yep. You say that.
We've got Stanford minus 32.5.
Uh-huh.
And we've got South Carolina minus 46.
If you missed it earlier, Lance's final 4 picks were South Carolina, Stanford, Louisville, and UConn.
Now, we also went a little heavier on Ohio State at a pick and USC minus 2.5. USC is my biggest game out there today.
That's your women's lock?
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, they are on the road right now, the Birmingham Legion. In fact, they play at Tulsa tomorrow, but they're back in town Saturday, March 26th, as they take on the Switchbacks. You can get tickets at bhmlegion.com. That is bhmlegion.com. Go see the Birmingham Legion down at beautiful brand new Protective Stadium, the new home for the Legion. Again, March 26th, 6:30 is the start for that game. As Colorado Springs comes to town, that's the start of a 3-game homestand at Protective Stadium. bhmlegion.com for tickets, bhmlegion.com for those tickets. I was looking earlier this week, Lance, Bama Central, part of the Sports Illustrated family that covers Alabama football, as the name might indicate, had 5 players that must shine in spring practice for the Crimson Tide. Alabama had 1 spring practice. Then they took off for spring break. They will be back Monday with spring practice starting back. These 5 guys must shine. I'm going to start at the bottom and work to the top.
Okay, I won't guess any of the guys, but there's got to be a running back on here.
There is a running back on
Okay.
here. In fact, a pretty prominent spot for that running back.
Okay.
Number 5, Agiye Hall. Alabama has got to find some receivers. They've obviously got Jermaine Burton transferring in from Georgia, who's been, a good receiver for them in an offense that doesn't throw the ball quite the way Alabama does. I think you expect big things out of Jermaine Burton. You've seen a little bit out of Ja'Cory Brooks, but you got to have some help at receiver. And Agiye Hall has all the talent in the world, but when his number was called in the championship game, he literally dropped the ball.
Man, and this is a guy, he's got that size. He's built like one of these receivers that comes from South Florida that Alabama's had in the past, 6'3", almost 200 pounds, but looks slimmer than that. But Agiye was a guy that we really talked about almost a year ago coming out of spring ball.
I know. Oh, he had that tremendous 8A game, if you remember, making circus catches on the sidelines.
And you would have thought when you look at the entirety of last season, this would have been maybe a game for Agiye. 4 grabs, 72 yards, no touchdowns.
Yep. And in the national championship game, you really, really needed him.
And he had opportunities.
And he came up small. If he makes that one catch down just short of the goal line,
could be a different game.
I think Alabama probably wins it. I really do. Number 4 from Bama Central, 5 guys that must shine in the spring. Seth McLaughlin, who started at center in the first game against Georgia and was tremendous. Did not give up a single quarterback pressure. That second game against Georgia, not so much. Gave up 6. So,
it's almost like Georgia made that adjustment. Going from Iron Bowl to first game against Georgia, it was miraculous.
It was a totally different offensive line.
Everyone said Alabama's got no shot, and it was one reason. It was the offensive line going against that Georgia front. And, Seth and those guys, they played incredibly. This year, though, you look at, what kind of a factor is losing a guy like Evan Neal off of that offensive line?
Yeah, a guy that is going to be maybe the number 1 overall draft pick. He's certainly going to be a top 5 pick. Those guys are really, really difficult to replace. So, it starts in the middle of the line, obviously. You got to be strong at center. If you can build around Seth McLaughlin, if he can take that next step, and that's what Bama Central says he needs to do. Number 3, they say Jalen Moody at linebacker. Henry To'oTo'o is back for Alabama. Christian Harris is headed to the NFL. He had a really good combine. So you got to find somebody else in that middle linebacker spot for the Crimson Tide. Jalen Moody, I believe a 5th-year senior, if I'm not mistaken. So is it finally his time to shine?
You hope. But this is a guy that didn't play a lot last year, really played. I mean, how many total games did Jalen Moody get in last year?
Well, I mean, that was, it was hard to get in front of Christian Harris and Henry To'oTo'o. Those guys played a lot,
Yeah, did he get hurt? Because he played the first 5 games of the year.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's finally time, though, for him. I mean, I don't want to say put up or shut up, but you've been there a long time. You've played behind some really, really, really good players. So it's time to see if you can be one of those players.
Well, and these linebackers, you talk about, you've got no worries on the outside.
Oh, gosh, no. I mean, you're better than anybody in the country there.
This is going to be some of the best outside linebackers Alabama's had in the history of the program.
Number 2 from Bama Central, 5 guys that must shine in spring, I would say is the guy I was asked more about this year than maybe any player on Alabama's roster, and that is Malachi Moore. We got asked on this show a lot. I would be asked personally a lot. People would text me during games, why is Malachi Moore not playing? And I think the simple answer was Brian Branch is a better player.
Brian Branch is a better player.
So, I mean, Branch, I saw this somewhere. I think it was Pro Football Focus on their college side, said Branch had the highest tackling score, like his percentage of any player on Alabama's defense. Guy's a terrific tackler, and it was thought that maybe Malachi Moore was a little better in coverage, but I don't think the numbers show that up. So, I mean, Brian Branch is going to get the playing time.
Well, and Branch is finally draft eligible.
Yeah, but he's a heck of a player, Brian Branch is.
I think he had such a good second half of last season. If he was draft eligible, there's a chance he comes out.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all with you. Yeah, the guy in that star position has.
But I got a lot of that too on Malachi because I think people just assume.
Well, he was a freshman All-American his first year. That's why.
I think people just assume that this was a guy that maybe was in Saban's doghouse. Something had happened.
Yeah, but he was playing special teams because a lot of people say, well, I think he's hurt. Well, he's playing special, so he's not hurt, right? And I'll tell you why I think we got so many questions about him. Number 1, he was a freshman All-American. Number 2, a lot of people immediately watching him play compared him to Minkah Fitzpatrick. And it was a fair comparison. I think there were a lot of similarities that freshman year, that he looked a lot like Minkah Fitzpatrick out there, so you expected him just to continue to get the playing time, right? And he didn't do it, so there were a lot of questions. But, I mean, it's going to be hard to get in front of Brian Branch. That guy can play football, man.
I bet I can guess number 1 now.
You ask if it was a running back.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Negative. I think they trust him as Trey Sanders.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, I think, Gibbs is interesting.
I just don't know if Sanders is ever going to be 100%.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a shame, too.
Such a great story, him coming back. And look, he contributed down the stretch when you
had to.
You had no depth there at all. I mean, it was Brian Robinson, it was Trey Sanders. You just get the feeling, what you hear coming out of Tuscaloosa, that Gibbs is going to be the real deal. And even the numbers he put up with a bad offensive line, really no quarterback play, and a bad offense last year at Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
With what he's got around him, Gibbs is going to be really, really good. But, you hope for Trey Sanders that he is able to get a little more healthy and continue to be productive.
Yeah, I don't think anybody thinks he's going to start. I think everybody thinks Gibbs is your starter, and Sanders would just provide some depth and some backup. In the Farm Folio chat room, Grundy says Trey Sanders reminds me of Samir White. Not going to happen. And that's a shame because I would like to have seen Trey Sanders 100%. The guy was injured, fought back from the injury, car accident, fought back from that. I mean,
there's just certain things you can't come back from.
Yeah, it's been tough for him. As Paul says, he'll never be what he was before the injuries.
And it's his fortune he's able to play.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that car accident was apparently quite severe. And, I mean, you hate that for Trey Sanders. From all I've heard, guy does everything right. It's just the injuries he's had to deal with. By the way, Tripp says, as we watch some of Loyola Chicago, I'll thank God when they get eliminated, so I'll quit saying
the Ramblers.
The Ramblers in Ohio State, he says there is a tournament prop of lowest score by any team, 47.5 points. I would say if you had that, Loyola is about to cash that one.
Yeah, as long as Loyola and Ohio State doesn't go to overtime, they're cashing under that right now.
Yeah, Ohio State's up 11. It's gonna be hard to get that one over.
Yeah, I don't see it happening. I called this game a little bit ago, and I hate to say this because we had such an exciting night and some really good games yesterday. It started really with Richmond knocking off Iowa. I've just got a feeling we're gonna have a ton of double-digit. Not any buzzer beaters.
Yeah, that first session yesterday, not great, but the nightcap was really, really good. We had a lot of good games in the late session.
Ohio State's going to win this game by 15+.
Yep.
I think Auburn's going to end up winning by 20+.
Yep.
And Texas Tech's already jumped out 10-2 on Montana State.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think this early slate's going to be too much.
I think you can get and I said that USC is going to win by double digits, but that could be the one that really comes down to the wire.
Bama Notre Dame, think it's going to be tight?
It is now.
The Jim Dunaway effect is what Lance is referencing there. We'll wrap up another week of the next round when we return. I do want to remind you that if you are looking for land, all right, a lot of people are looking for a great place to, build that forever home, and High Point Properties can certainly help you out. They're the leader in creating beautiful home sites around the Birmingham area, and they are offering several sites in Helena that range from 3 to 43 acres. So call Wes at High Point Properties today, 240-0204. That's 240-0204, or visit them on the web, hppro.com. That's High Point Properties, hppro.com. We wrap it up after this.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Why is Culver such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day. Oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, vulcantireandauto.com.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farm Folio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
All right, Lance, before we get out of here, one more word about Mortgage Right, and then we'll wrap up the weekend. I've lived to see a couple things today I thought I'd never see in the history of us doing a show together. We'll discuss that after Lance tells us about Mortgage Right.
Hey, things fall apart. There's even a book about it. That doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they've got a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of a top-notch mortgage professional. Get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Calvin Equipment poll question. Better coach now. Mark Stoops, 77%. John Calipari, 23%.
I do think there's some Cal hate in there, but I agree with this poll right now. I think Stoops has done a better job with what he's got based on expectations.
There is some Cal hate in there, and there was also this, listen, we got 4 teams in the NCAA tournament right now. One of them is about to go up 20 points on Jacksonville State. This is still a football state, and I think people are educated football fans here, Lance, and they know how difficult that Kentucky job historically has been, and I think they respect the heck out of what Mark Stoops has done there. So I think there is both of those. I think there's some Cal hate, and there is some legit respect for Mark Stoops and what he has done. Auburn up 48-29 on Jacksonville State. They're pulling away in this game. Jabari Smith has been sensational. If you want a Jabari Smith to start hot in this tournament, congratulations, Auburn fans. He has done just that.
Look, he could be the best player, the most talented player in all of college basketball, and I think he's a guy, man, that's just got to get it going if he wants to. If Bruce wants his team to really roll to New Orleans, again, I think they've got a great draw here, but Jabari's got to get it rolling.
4 of 6 from the field, 3 of 4 from beyond the arc. He's got 13 points, Jabari Smith does, to lead Auburn in scoring right now as they lead by 20 over Jacksonville State. Ohio State trying to close out the Ramblers from up in Chicago, 39-28. Not even going to try it anymore. I've lived to see 2 things today on the show, Rockstar, that I never thought I would see. Lance go 7-9 in the first round of the NCAA tournament, and Lance betting on women's basketball.
Hot. Not just one game.
He sprayed the board.
I've told you, I've had women's soccer. I've bet on that before.
Yeah, but that was not when the NCAA tournament was actually going on.
Bet on the softball.
Well, I know, but those are just random things, right?
I've got 3 wagers out there. I'm laying big numbers with South Carolina, Louisville, and Stanford.
Yep. Well, good luck on those plays, Lance. You'll be watching tonight, I know.
I don't even have to sweat them.
Rest of us watching the men's tournament, Lance will be sweating it out with the women's. All right, enjoy the basketball over the weekend. Thanks to all of you for spending the week with us, for participating, for having fun in the show. We'll do it all again starting Monday, 9 o'clock. We'll see you then. Have a great weekend. Thanks for listening and watching The Next Round, presented by Bud Light.